change the orientation
Hold Alt.
of the map?
Yes.
Hold
If you're
Alt?
using spring camera, hold Alt and then move your mouse, and then you can change it that
Yeah.
way.
Wait, what?
Also, hi, new person.
If you're using spring, so go
Yeah.
into settings, click on.
But I mean, like, rotate it. Like, make it so that it's a square and not
Yes.
make it so that at the how do I explain this?
So if you're on spring camera, press Alt, hold down Alt, and then move your mouse to the edge of the screen, and you should be able to move stuff that way.
It's the wrong alt or something?
Front. If you hold down Alt and you move your mouse to the side.
Okay. Are you on X11 or Wayland?
I'm on X11.
I've had some weird issues with X11 and the keybind. That may be your issue.
Yeah, that may be is that a Windows thing? Like you hold Alt?
It's fine on Wayland, but because I used to use it on my lap when I started using the keybind on my laptop when I was out, and
Okay, let me share my screen here.
I'm pretty sure it's an X11 issue. I don't know. I want to try Wayland again daily.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah. Yes, how it's supposed to work, if you hold Alt, you'll be able to switch around, but it's not working.
But there are different cameras. If you go into settings, you can click on advanced settings and then just hit filter camera.
So what I'm trying to do is like rotate this whole map so that it's there's a side at the top instead of a corner. You know what I mean?
That's
that's what we're trying to tell you how to do.
But X11, it's been broken in X11 for a little while.
We're trying to tell you to do. If you
it's a known bug.
Yeah, it's a known bug.
Do you want to pause? Do you want to pause and take care of this, or are you okay without it?
Well, it looks like there's no fix. So what can I do?
There isn't really much you can do. I think you can switch cameras up to it.
I mean,
the old keybind's broken on X11. I need to submit a bug report or look at the code base. I just don't have time. Okay.
How are you guys doing today? I hope you're having a nice day. Playing some bar. Gonna watch the deposition hearing later. That should be interesting. I've been seeing clips of it. I'm excited for it. But anyways, just wanted to say hello. Hope you're having a nice day. Thanks for stopping in and watching.
Don't see that.
They're not streaming on Discord. They're probably streaming on Twitch.
Oh.
I don't know if you're trolling me or not.
That's and YouTube, Twitch and YouTube.
And YouTube, very nice. I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
Well, I'll see. I'll do my best to support you. Let's see. I don't normally play air, but let's see what I can do.
You got this. I believe in you.
Me too. I also believe in myself.
God, I've not played bar in a hot minute.
You don't play bar in
You haven't played in a few days.
I know.
Stop the cap.
That's a hot minute.
It's longer than a minute, to be honest here.
Much longer than a minute. What are we doing here?
Enemy units spotted. Units under attack.
Okay.
Unit lost.
Can you stop eating my tree, please? Yeah?
Are you talking to... Who are you talking to?
Oh, my cat keeps on trying to eat my fake tree.
Fake tree.
Like a Christmas tree, I just still haven't taken it down.
So guys, you need to let me know if they have air or not.
Yeah, I'm sending a scout party.
I'm gonna try to get rid of
They might not. I'm paying attention. Well, that's actually better.
I'm not doing great.
It's fine. just making bombers right now.
Low power.
I need to remember that I can't not play this game for a week. Oh, fuck, hi. Boom.
Oh, I should have built a transport. Fuck.
Yeah,
Okay, where's my?
yeah.
Oh shoot!
Green's probably right
What?
there. I
Green.
think
I
green.
found the green commander.
Green's on
You
right
did find
side.
a
I'm
good
pretty
commander,
sure.
but that's
Oh,
okay.
hi.
Oh,
How are you
very
doing?
nice, very nice. Good job, good job. I probably should have just gone ground. How many
Probably.
bombers do I have? I have 2 bombers.
It depends. How good is this
Might as well
whatever
play.
TRD faction?
Creed is like a
they're
beginner
okay.
faction, but they're like
Okay.
they do like
Oh, I need
trainings
to
all the
vote.
time.
I'm gonna move forward. I'm gonna move forward with my comm. See if I can.
It's
Okay,
embarrassing. how
I'm
long it's
scouting.
taken.
I'm scouting their base.
That's good. That's good.
Are
I
you?
need you over here. Move your stuff over here so you can cover me.
Aircraft
Yeah, yeah.
detected.
Wait. Say. Oh, they
They
do
have
have bomber.
air.
Okay. I need fighters. I need
Sorry.
fighters.
I've mentioned they had air.
Metal extractor lost.
They do have air.
Oh my
I need
God.
to. I need
Okay,
air.
they do have air. Right, my scout
They
party.
do have air.
found
Build A.
that.
Build A. They also have air.
Okay, where should I
Oh.
send my troops?
Oh fuck, yep, there's some friendship.
They do have air.
Alright, green just got fucked. Hi, you want out? Okay. Yeah?
Thank you, Bella. How's your night going?
Oh, sorry. Oh fuck,
Oh
there.
my
Wait, what is
god.
Yeah, I
Laz?
saw it. I just saw it. Sorry, I had to let my cat out.
What does Laz? What does
Fine.
Laz please mean? Esbot, please.
As bot, that means press
Resbot.
bots. Is anyone
Will you
bot?
make it a grave robber?
Uh. Hi, how are you doing? Hmm? What you doing? You try not to
guess they
kill
only
me,
have mosquitoes.
please? Oh, you don't think I would sacrifice myself, huh? Hi.
Very nice. Oh, we got their player.
Oh, are you seriously about to
Yes.
sacrifice? Oh, screw you.
Yes.
Aw, fuck you. I got more power than you. Oh, screw off. Now you wanna fuck off, there you.
What do you mean, Mars? This is a game that I'm playing. This is a real game. Yes. Although it's just like it's an unranked game, so it's not like, you know, it's not the craziest thing.
Unit lost.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'm on my way. I got some stuff.
Okay.
Unit received.
No. Just make a.
Radar lost.
Wait, yellow is enemy, right? Or is that?
Yellow
oh no,
is
that's,
enemy.
That's
yes.
friend.
Oh no, that's me. That's me.
That's you.
Yes, you played this game quite a bit.
Metal extractor lost.
It's okay. It's okay.
Fine.
I don't know where I am. It's okay. It's fine. I got some.
Oh crap! How did that happen?
Dead?
I don't know where I am. It's okay.
They're attacking here.
Okay, still have no battle.
Commander under attack.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice.
Yes. Fear the
Are
power
you
of air.
laughing?
No.
Oh fuck.
What is your question? What do you mean? Is this real? I'm also in a voice chat with some randos that they invited me to the
Low
VC.
power.
I wasn't thinking.
This is insane. Oh my god. Air is so good. Air is so good. Why is it so good? I've never considered air this good before. This is insane,
Because
dude.
I haven't built a ton of anti-air.
I know.
Or haven't sent any. Well, haven't sent.
Well, they're not. I
items.
don't know what they're doing, but
Okay,
I'm gonna
take
go.
this
I'm gonna
over.
see if I can snipe them again.
Yeah, spots me.
Snipe
Unit
air one more time.
lost.
I still have no metal. Hmm.
Oof, that's a lot of A.
I'm so bad at this game, bro.
Oh, I got something.
You know what? I'm gonna share. Maybe if I share energy, it'll help you guys. If I can't.
Okay, don't worry
use
about it.
these
Don't worry about it. You're good. We're doing really good. Like, trust me when I say
Yeah.
we're doing incredibly good.
I'm doing incredibly shitty right now, but you know.
I'm gonna help you push. I'm gonna help you push up here.
I should have not started my first game of the month like this.
Wait, green is enemy, right?
Cloud.
Yeah, I'm well aware. I'm well aware. I said
Commander
I'm
under
doing
attack.
really shitty right now.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but pay attention. Or give
I
me some stuff if
saw.
you can't take care of it.
Metal extractor
Sorry,
lost.
Crap.
I am doing really shitty right now.
Like, I'm trying to help you out here, but
I know. Sorry.
there's only so much I can do, if I'm gonna be honest.
I know. I'm sorry.
Enemy commander
Wow.
destroyed.
I am
Very
confused,
nice.
Mars.
Very nice.
Should I?
Mars, I just don't understand what you mean. What do you mean by is this real?
Radar lost.
Is this just fantasy? Technically, yes.
You can't eat them. I'll see if I can.
Okay, I built a bunch
There's
of
tons of metal here.
construction.
What do you? Hang on. There's tons of metal. I'm just gonna eat that.
Yeah, but
No video. Can you make me a few great? Go ahead.
Metal extractor lost.
it's about Lazarus's.
The whatever.
Radar lost.
Lazarus's.
Yes. Grave robbers.
No,
Whatever them-
Lazarus's. It's
Oh.
Armada.
Oh, your Armada. Yeah. Where's my commander? Oh. Okay, it's just you. I got this stupid little pesky. I'll save that.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice. Where is that at? Oh yeah, we have controller for that one.
Okay, where are my Lazarus's?
Lag unplayable. Yeah, of course.
There you go.
Thank you.
GG lag unplayable.
Yeah, that was whatchamacallit. That's the excuse they're making.
That's the excuse they're making.
Well, maybe not, but I'm gonna make an assumption that it is. I have it on the wrong server. Oh, Jesus, do I have 99 ping currently?
Man, I'm so bad that losing to me is like kind of embarrassing.
I wouldn't say that. I don't think you're that bad. You got some ways to go, but you ain't that bad. GG. It was also very unbalanced. Like, to be honest here.
Oh really?
Okay.
Oh
Like
shoot! you got him.
their air did not know what they were doing. I literally steamrolled right over them.
God, I played horribly that much.
We got a doomer in the VC. That was a good game, though. At least I played well. I don't know. How are you doing tonight, Mars? What do you mean? Oh my gosh.
Crazy how I'm about to break Red's base and I can't degun anything because of 2-second delay. So that was Cloud's base.
No.
About the break red space. They never got into my base with their commander.
No, they're talking about cat.
Red.
Wait,
I thought
what?
Cloud
Was
was
somebody in
red.
my base?
What? I didn't realize that was a thing. I guess they're rehosting.
Oh,
We might have
okay.
to. We might have to.
There's
I
a
think it's
team
on an
free for all that we
EU2
could join
lobby.
and try to
You
convince them
just let
to
the
go for
server
fours.
die.
What's it, sorry?
Wait, how do you check if it's on an EU lobby?
Look at the hosts. Go look at the spectators list and then look at the host. It should say EU2. That means it's in
Oh,
Europe.
yeah. So we should leave this thing and start a new one?
No.
But they're complaining about lag.
I
We
know
could
it
just join
doesn't.
a different lobby.
Yeah, we can join a different lobby. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Rotato? There was. I saw some Rotato.
Oh,
I think it just
actually,
started.
Ignacio is in Argentina and Chaos Bald is in Germany. Cloud, where did you go?
Right?
Where did you go?
I left the lobby. I was just looking at the list.
Oh, you left the lobby. You can look at the list without leaving the lobby.
Yeah, I know. I left because I
I hope
assumed
you
we were.
realize. I hope
Well,
you
yeah,
realize.
I know that. I just left the lobby because I assumed we were.
Yeah, right.
Well, there isn't.
I mean,
Well,
there's one
there.
person in Germany, one person in Argentina, and the rest all say United States. Oh, and the Argentina guy. I mean, wait, someone just left.
It does
Why
that.
is this called League of Legends LOL?
You should just join my lobby and then we can just like control it.
Yeah, let's do that.
What map do you guys want to do? Do you want to try the new map? I saw that a new map just came
Oh,
out.
God.
Which one?
So
It's a
Oh,
dig
dig site.
site.
Oh my god, what the hell is
I've never
this?
played it. I just saw it on the welcome screen when I logged on.
I know this is a brand new map. It just came out like today.
It says it should be a 5v5. So like it I guess it's a decent size. And
by the
then
way,
it
Kat,
says
I'm a
northeast and
noob.
southwest. That's fine.
I think it as well. Right?
I just wanted to make sure because the other two already know, so I wanted to make sure you know.
Photo Dominator.
This looks like a very fair team right now.
Oh God. Oh yeah, no video. That Pixelbook charge controller was dead. Huh. I think I need to. I've been trying to debug it. I'm debating on just
It's dead?
Oh,
Oh, you know that Pixelbook I had coming in?
Yes.
Yeah, the charge controller's dead on it. I'm debating on. Well, I'm debating on two things. I'm debating on
Can you guys hear it when I type?
a Milk 5.
What 5? Oh, Risk 5?
Yeah, well, it's called
What
the
did you just call it?
it's a risk 5 board. It's called the Milk.
Oh, Milk 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
I
if
was-
that guy is... Never mind. I'll ask later.
I don't know. It would be really cool to do a Milk 5 board, but I'm gonna have to remove one of the batteries and then that would bring me to 5.6 volt. So I would have it
Why
would
do you
be.
need to remove one of the batteries?
Let me send you a picture of the motherboard and you'll understand. I not only
Wait,
do
and
I
what...
have
what...
right.
Go on.
So the charge controller is dead, so I can either fix that, which I can probably fix, but the other here, one sec, let me send you a picture of this motherboard. It is the engineering
yeah.
on this thing is
Hey, wait, Cloud, hang on.
yeah.
Cat, you might want to, if we want to make this a 5v5, you might want to expand the starting boxes. It's not very, it's quite crowded if you look at the metal spots.
True.
5v5.
I was just trying to set it with the intentions in mind. What is the 5v5, do you think? Like a 35 maybe?
Honestly, I have no clue. Like
Maybe a little
this,
more.
I mean, you know me. I'm a 1v1 player. I look at this map and I think, yes, 1v1. Like, I really don't know.
I think
That
that is
that
probably
probably
big
probably
enough.
safe. That's probably safe. Yeah. That's good. That's good.
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
oh
sorry.
shoot! I switched to spectating by mistake.
Just
Okay.
switch.
Wait.
You're
Oh,
good.
the teams are not even. Or should we do it?
It's
It'll
not
re
gonna. It'll never be
it'll
even. Well, once the lobby fills up, it'll be a bit
yeah.
better. We could also try this map as a 4v4. I think it's a fair 4v4 map.
You can try.
It doesn't have to be 5v5. Because there's a lot more. I mean, in my opinion anyway, there's a lot more small team maps that are more interesting as a 4v4 or 3v3 rather than 5v5. I mean, that's kind of rough.
Video,
It's
have you
gonna be
ever
crowded.
ordered from Archaea before? I say they
What?
have a Archaea before.
A what?
Have you? I don't.
Who knows what it means, Mars? Who knows what it means? Not me. That is for sure.
Heard them before, but they have like they seem to carry everything risk
I don't
5.
know how to pronounce that. Erase?
Agree?
Arache?
I don't know.
You should
I don't
spell it
know.
out.
I've looked at it before. It's
Discord does have text chat. Just type it out.
Arace.
something here. In case y'all are interested in risk 5 boards that are crazy overpriced.
Yes, what is this?
Risk 5. It's in
Arace. Mist of Time joins and leaves.
What exactly is this?
it's a
You know what Risk
provider
5
that
is?
sells. Yeah, do you know what risk 5 is?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's an
You know what
architecture. Oh,
you know what x86 is?
No. Yes. Kind
You
of.
know what ARM do you know what ARM is?
Yes.
Risk 5 is another one.
I
It's
got you.
but the difference is it's completely open source and it was funded by a group of companies including Alphabet, Apple, partly Microsoft, and I believe even one of
Apple.
Amazon's Apple funded it, didn't they? I think they funded Risk 5.
Wait, hold on. What are they
I don't
using
know.
Risk 5 for?
Well, they're using it, they're funding it, so it becomes usable in 12 years. I'm pretty sure they're on the team. Let me see. I could have sworn.
Hey, how's this look?
Let's
Well,
see.
it's not great. Kind of unbalanced, but
A little bit unbalanced.
because we
Just
have Cloud and we have no video on our team. Those
okay,
guys actually kind of
shut
know what
up.
they're doing. Those
Shut
guys
up.
kind of know what they're doing.
Normally I'm not this horrible.
I believe you. It's okay. We wait for one more. Not so bad.
Okay, well I'm
It's
gonna
very close.
de-ready
Very
up
close.
if we're waiting for one more.
Yeah.
Was 55. Who is it that
They also
funded
have
it?
somebody who hasn't played. Well, let's see. Let's see. I don't.
By the way, was the previous one ranked?
No, it wasn't.
Sorry,
Oh,
I take
okay.
that
My
back.
I asked
It
husband
for
was
it to
just
be
it was whatchamacallit's alphabet. Sorry.
new map.
I don't know. I kinda want to risk 5 laptop. I think that would be really cool.
I don't see Apple in the
It
list of
wasn't.
members.
I was
Oh
wrong. It
man,
was
Pat's
just
on the
one of
other
the other ones I
team.
listed.
Nvidia's also in
This?
the other team.
Was this balance?
No,
I
wait,
don't know.
what?
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. 5v5.
I think it's just so imba because we're both in the 30s
I
and not
know.
many people are.
I know. There's gonna be a rough battle no matter what. either we're facing each other or we're gonna end up with I guess this might be okay. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to babysit.
Just build. If you don't know what to build thugs. Build thugs and then move them
I'm
forward.
I'm Armada.
Then build maces and then move them forward. Or you can build centurions. Oh, what happened?
Oh, those are good.
My range level is embarrassing. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just build like 3 rocket bots and 1 centurion on repeat. Oh, and add a tick in there. Throw a tick in there. 3 rocket bots, 1 centurion, and a tick. Just do that on a repeat, and then you'll be able to crush anything. The
It's like I'm gonna
centurions will
go.
crush
I'm gonna
any
go grab.
scouts that come towards you.
I'm gonna go
They'll
grab
crush
some
any grunts
caffeine.
that come towards you. Okay, this is a very interesting map.
I hate how I
Welcome.
can't rotate the screen.
What do we do here? That's
I
okay.
guess I'll do
Please choose your starting
this
location.
one because
I
it
believe
looks like the safest one.
Ah, this is so strange. It is. Yeah. Slightly gay. Oh, I have last pick. I guess I will go ground. Cat. Oh man. The hell do I do? There really isn't any metal here.
I mean, we still have a lot of people to place. I think
I
these are the
know.
5.
I know, but I don't. Do I go air up here or should I stay hang air back here?
I think this is
Or ground?
bots, and
I can
you
go
help
bots down.
push.
Yeah.
This is a big max. It's 10.5 a second.
10.5? Holy.
I don't
Jesus
see. Is there?
Christ.
Where's the 10.5? Oh my god,
Jesus
it is
It's in
big
the
max.
middle.
So that's probably your
What?
priority with Mr. Chin defending, but also watching out for like flanks. Chaos goes up, and
Okay,
then
I
last
guess I'll go
person is
air.
just like a flex, and then
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
try to like push
flex.
out this way.
I'll flex. I think I will try. I could try air again. Could try air again.
And
But I
all
think
the
I'll
E
go
sources are good. Winds are
I'll
really
go.
strong, and so are
Wind is
titles. And
very
also, there's
strong.
like a million geos like all around.
Oh, wind is
Oh,
strong.
Wind is very strong. Yes.
Yo, don't give away the secrets in the group chat. What do you mean 10.5? What if they didn't notice it? Oh wait, that's someone on the other.
No, that's
Oh,
our
never mind.
team.
That's
It
our
was only the
guy. Yeah.
ally chat, but
Oh, okay. Yeah. What
Sorry,
if
no
they don't
video is a little
notice?
special.
No, there's a
Okay.
chance that what if they don't
let's
notice it?
see.
Yeah.
They definitely didn't. Well, they might have not noticed it. They got a 30 on their team, so maybe. But I've seen 30s fuck up the basics before, so,
Shut up.
so including me.
I wonder if that was just to throw us off. Did you see that in the chat?
There isn't seeing this.
Going C. Whoops, wrong chat. Wonder if he's trying to trick us there. Rushing in.
Where's the nearest water?
There are mixes in the water too. I think I might just want to go air just so I can snag those mixes.
Air can't get maxes underwater. No?
They can.
Can they? Oh,
They
can
can.
they?
Yeah. It's very cool.
What is
Doesn't
it?
make sense, but I guess it's cool.
I mean, the game is literally called Beyond All Reason.
Oh yeah, it's beyond all reason during the war. It's all within reason.
I guess I'm going bots, right, from where I am.
Well,
You can.
whatever you're most comfortable with.
Yeah, whatever you're most comfortable.
Why is he saying win to please in the...
Because it's
Oh, I get it
trash.
now.
It's
Yeah.
okay now, but it was was not good earlier. It's all good now.
Gonna share some more energy.
Thank you. Fuck, I messed up my. Yeah.
Holy hell. That's some crazy wind. Let's build the converter right here. That's a very large explosion. Let's build the converter there and then put down an air lab.
Nope. Nope. Snip that out. Oh well.
Okay, I built 6 ticks. I'm gonna go scout, I guess.
As you should.
Enemy units spotted.
I have no fucking clue. Yep. And there that goes.
The whole team is wasting energy.
They
Aircraft
already have
spotted.
air.
Yeah.
We're scouting.
Oh,
Scouting.
Lord almighty, I gotta build an air defense.
Units under attack.
They're scouting me.
Do you dare
Dude,
take
this thing
the
takes
board
so long to
snake?
build.
What did you do?
I should have built my air lab first. I didn't realize these things took so long to build.
What did you build?
Unit lost.
No, nothing. I just need to build
Metal
fighters
extractor
No,
lost.
what did
I
you build
lost my-
first? Oh, energy storage.
No, I built a aircon first. I should have just built
Ah.
a fighter.
That's what they're on.
Air
Should've just
what?
built a fighter.
Construction.
Air construction. I should just built a fighter first.
Holy,
Probably not.
they're attacking me. Oh crap, I gotta
They're
defend
attacking
myself.
you. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna build some shurikens. Let's see if I can help you out.
No, I took him down.
Okay.
Who's emailing me?
Okay, where are
Alright.
my ticks? Did they all die?
They're
I guess
dead.
they all died.
Yeah, just
didn't
mass
even-
produce ticks if you can. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, remember, dude, Centurions, rocket bots. Remember,
Okay, let me
Centurions, rocket
fix my
bots.
base.
I don't know what I'm fucking. That's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna soon switch
There,
to
there's
your
metal
thing.
in the crystals. Just I didn't realize that until right now, so I'm gonna just share. Thank you.
It's okay. I'm gonna see if I can get. that.
Oh,
It doesn't look
okay.
like anybody's there yet.
Unit lost.
Yeah.
Metal
Oh no,
extractor
somebody is
lost.
there. Oh shit,
Fuck.
they're already there. They're already there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna change tactics. I'm gonna drop here.
Here they come, they're attacking me.
I'm gonna drop there. See what I can do.
Oh god. Okay.
No video. Remember, Centurions and
Yeah.
rocket bots. Those are gonna be
Yeah,
your
I'm
best
gonna
bet.
switch to that in a second here.
Yep.
Okay, I switched to your thing. So what's that? Oh man,
Nope. Don't do that.
won't do what? Oh, you're not talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking to me. I'm talking to myself.
I got no metal, but neither do any.
Claude,
of
I'm gonna
y'all.
store my vehicle. I'm gonna store my air stuff on your base. I hope that'll be okay.
That's fine. Just can you keep it towards fuck, can you keep it towards the what word do you use for that?
Yeah, they're
wax?
building a lot of it. They're building a lot of anti-air.
Okay.
I'm kind of okay
God
with that.
damn it, Bunny, you took the metal I was gonna take.
I literally told you guys it was gonna drop there.
Did I build a
Fine,
lot of
I'll take the one in the
anti-air?
sea.
I think so.
I literally told you guys it was gonna drop there.
It's fine, I just took the ones on the sea.
I'm gonna build a radar here.
I still have no metal.
Yeah, I have no metal either.
Dude, they're climbing everywhere.
Yeah, oh. Fuck, okay.
That sucks.
That's not great.
It really isn't.
Okay, I built the radar here for your guys' benefit.
I guess if I build artillery right here, I can hit their center. I might do that. Fuck no.
Actually, building a gauntlet here might not be a bad
No.
idea.
No.
Oh?
No.
Why?
No. You don't have anywhere near enough metal for that. Just use your
That's a
army.
good
Use your
point.
army to push forward.
Okay, I need to build more army.
I know.
I think
I don't
can
have
do
my
it.
I don't
Make
have
a
my
dumb
shit anymore.
decision. Dumb decisions are always great.
I don't have my
Commander,
shit anymore. and
under
I don't
attack.
have air superiority.
Hey, can I have a heavy transport? Do you have that one you used for
I
your
don't know. I
commander?
don't have any. I don't have that.
Oh, what the hell did you do with that? Oh, you reclaimed that.
No, I lost it.
Ah, okay.
They had too much air. I couldn't do anything.
Can I pay you for one?
Yeah. Let me try and make one.
You can't. I just it's the path my commander has to
I
take.
know. I'm
Like,
seeing if
yeah,
I can
know.
get you one.
Yeah.
Let me get you one. What are you building? Why aren't you building any units?
Don't worry about it. It's a strategic decision. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god.
Don't worry
Why did
about
you
it.
build? Why did you
Don't
build?
worry about it.
I think I'll
Nothing.
just have the transport from here. Just take the transport.
Thank you.
Fuck, man. Here we go.
Thank you. I see it. Fuck. No. No. Here you go. Thank you. Unload right here.
How is your life like this game, Mr. Mars? Or Mrs. Mars? What pronouns do you have? What prefix do you have, Mars? 5034.
Green and light green.
Oh, green and light green are both good. Okay. There's a bunch of these green. What are these? Or shoot. Valiant.
Watch out.
Units under attack.
Alright. Thank you for that transport. Do you want it back, or can I keep it?
Aircraft spotted.
If you can't
Oh,
use it,
fuck.
Oh
then
boy, here come the enemy
No, I can use it.
aircraft.
Wait, I forget. How do you set the how do you set this thing to auto transport stuff again? I forget. Watch out, they got bombers.
I know. I'm gonna see if I can take out the bomber.
Can you help? Can you
Yes,
help?
yes.
Commander under attack.
Like I have air defense.
I know. It's okay. I got you. We're good.
Okay.
I
don't
took out
have
their
any more
middle.
air.
I took out
I
their middle.
don't have any
mount.
more air though. I
Their
don't have
middle
any more
mount
air
is
though, so
dead.
might be an issue here.
I guess I'm gonna build even more air defense.
Why did you build a gauntlet? Why didn't you just? It's
Well,
fine.
because I was
whatever.
able to
I
get
did
their.
not build a.
I was able
Oh,
to
you're
kill their
talking
middle
about-
mech
It's
today.
fine. It's okay.
When you go outside,
Unit lost.
what is it like when you go out there?
There.
I think I'm gonna have my commander. You. Oh, do something important.
Orange is bad, right?
That would be correct.
Huh?
Check the bottom right
Yes.
colors.
Oh, that's true. Alright. In that case, I'm marching my commander to get these 2 metal spots.
So, Bunny, why did you say not to do the artillery?
Radar lost. Commander under
Oh, they have
attack.
T2.
Okay,
Commander taking heavy damage.
it's 1K metal. Oh,
Yeah, that's why I told. That's why.
paid. Super artillery.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but
You asked why we told you not to go. That's why we told you not to
Yeah,
go.
that's why we said.
Well,
but don't
no,
worry about
Alright,
it.
I'm pushing in.
no, I get that, but I mean, in terms of just building one to help cover this,
Actually,
I get that.
Cloud Gauntlets might save my butt here. I'm pushing
But-
in.
I couldn't have gone tier 2 there, so that's what I was saying. I understand how much it costs, but
Radar
the advantages
lost.
we got, well, me and Nvidia got from it.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Oh my god, good job, Cat. See, all we gotta do is
Yeah.
to let some Sheldons there. Let's kind of spread out.
Metal extractor
It
lost.
sucks because they have a.
Tech 2 unit spotted.
Yeah, Cloud, those gauntlets are actually pretty good. It seems like
What the
that was
hell?
a good idea.
Yeah, the main reason I wanted it is to take out this.
Yeah, is that what it's like for you? You're him? Okay, Mr. Mark. Not Mark, Mr. Mars. Oh my gosh, wait. Do I know who you are? I think I do.
You are overflowing metal.
Maybe, but you'll know if I know who you are.
Okay, I've taken the
No, I can't. Like,
contraband.
let me
Nice,
just.
no
Let me
video.
just.
Very
Let me
nice.
just. build
Get
a-
this anti-air. Try to get this right here.
Alright, I'm getting the anti-air.
Alright, I'm grabbing. I'm grabbing the. I'm on my way.
Nice.
Let's take out this
I'm on my way.
radar. Okay, I completely wrecked the
Commander
center.
under attack.
Very nice. I understand the thing on the gauntlets, but there I felt like it was worth it just to take control.
I mean, it's okay, but if you had just built army instead, right? You know what I mean?
No, even if I built army, because the issue is with the position I'm in, my only option is to either go all the way through here.
Okay,
which
they have a
they
gun. They
had
looks like they have an
static,
artillery of their own
then
that's targeting
over
your
that's-
commander,
here.
by the way.
That's-
Friendly
Dang.
commander destroyed.
Shit.
The heck?
On the way.
I need more.
Oh, they're targeting my comm.
Wait, can I just have a light trans? The
Yeah,
heavy
they
trans are
with
really
that
slow.
artillery. Which is why I'm trying
I'm
to
just gonna move- I'm
find
just
this
gonna move back
mountain
up.
together.
Tech 2 unit ready.
How dare they?
Your
Oh,
team
crap,
reached
crap.
Tech 2.
Okay, they just wrecked my army with that
Unit
artillery. so I'm
received.
retreating.
Can I have a light trans, actually?
Alright.
Yeah, build. Don't forget to build anti-air.
Low power.
Okay, you wanna hey, you want me to grab you?
I'm retreating my army from the
Oh, there we
center.
go.
Yeah. Just
Unit
no video,
lost.
just retreat to this line right here. Retreat.
They have.
Okay, fine.
This is not good.
Okay, I'm gonna build more energy.
Thank you.
Actually, you know what? I should build the advanced
Yikes.
Oh, never mind, because those require energy to build.
Can you drop? Can you? Can you? Okay, never mind. It's okay. It's fine. I'm not gonna
What?
risk it.
Do you wanna sit here for a second and get healed? Okay.
No, it's okay.
Energy.
Yeah, maybe. I interact with a lot of people on here.
Air transport
Which
spotted.
stream was it? Do you remember?
And radar jammer. Can you get a radar jammer up, like kind of around here?
Where?
Thank you.
Oh shoot, yeah, I'm retreating my army behind
Oh.
that. Sorry, Cloud. They built an artillery.
Okay, yeah,
I think
that's
it's kind
fine.
of your job to find where the artillery.
Get right here. Just go right here. Don't retreat.
I'm
that
gonna
far.
build. I'm gonna take their advice. I'm gonna build some bombers, and oh, they have bombers.
Just get right here and build an anti-radar
okay,
if you
it's
can.
Oh my
okay, move a
gosh,
little
now they're
further.
Enemy
They got
commander
one right
destroyed.
here. Yeah, it's because it's right here, I think.
The
Yeah, you
whole
need
team
anti-radar.
is wasting energy.
Where's that thing? There
Oh,
it
I
is.
think they're starting to lose hope.
That's good.
Their
Yeah,
team-
their bottom player left.
Okay,
That's the game?
I'm building bombers.
Resign.
Yeah, they're starting to resign. They're losing hope.
Okay. Yeah.
What does the beholder do?
Beholder.
It just occurred to me, I have a ton of army up here I forgot about. No video, move in, if you want to move in with me.
Low
No
power.
video.
Move in with you? No, we're winning.
I meant like,
Yeah, that's the whole
try to
point.
push them.
That's the whole point. Push them back.
Oh, I thought
Move
you
your,
were.
move
join
your
me.
army
Never
up.
mind.
Move your army
Yeah,
up.
join
See if
me,
you can
join
get
me,
that
quick.
medal too.
Push. I need.
My army is gonna
Hurry,
get
hurry,
killed
hurry,
by
hurry.
their-
Fine, it's fine to get killed. We're probably gonna win this. At least let's try to just push in.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you
I'm
die,
with you.
because right now we're pretty strong right now. So just send in and try to.
You want me to follow your?
I see. Well, thank you for
Low power.
checking in again. Was it also this game? Do you also play this game? perchance.
It looks like all their artillery is
Metal
gonna hit my
extractor
turret.
lost.
Well,
Oh, crap, they found me.
I'm going for their T2 lab.
I'm outta here.
I should actually go for their fusion, huh?
Yeah. Okay, this area
Radar
is clear.
lost.
Honestly, let me see
Commander
if I
under
can.
attack.
These are all
It's
T2.
okay.
Commander taking heavy
It's okay
damage.
if you lose it. It's fine. it's
Commander
not that big of a deal.
destroyed. You
Okay,
are overflowing
yeah,
metal.
I'm getting wrecked over there.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Let me see if I can get an anti-radar.
Okay, let's stop building construction bots. That's enough.
Yeah. Anti-radar review. What building? Actually.
Oh man, I really need better. I need better fighters.
It's called Beyond All Reason. It's like, it's based off this other game that was around a long time ago. I don't remember. I think it was called like Total Annihilation.
There's too much artillery.
Yeah,
there. I'm
Nvidia,
trying to get anti-radar.
can you give me some of these? Can you give me those?
Give you what?
Can you give me some of these?
These what? Res bots?
These, yes, Resbots, yes.
Okay. Where are they? I'll give
Oh,
you all
right
four
there,
and
I'm
then
pinging
build
them.
Commander,
one.
no video. Can you give me these units, please?
One at a
These
time,
What
one at a
unit?
time. One at a time.
One at a time. Where's Kekdon Cheng? There he
I'll pay
is.
you,
I'm
Michael.
Korean, thank you.
Okay, what units do you want?
These bots right here. I'll pay you for them. I need them from that location.
These two bots? Okay.
Yeah. Let me get
Construction bo-
some tick spam so I can help get rid of that artillery. Okay. Yes, thank you, thank you. Sorry, the only reason I need them is because I completely forgot the commander can't build anti-radar. There we go. Okay, thank you. Hopefully this will help me kind of push in more. Maybe.
Okay, well I just lost my whole army. Oh crap, Orange is getting
I don't
some-
have any air. I know, what the hell?
Units under attack.
Where are they getting all of this crap from?
Shit. They probably
Spread
had a
them
group
out, spread them out, spread out your Centurions.
of...
Throw them out? Okay.
Yeah,
Fuck!
spread out your Centurions.
I got all my energy converters. God damn it.
Oh shoot, he has a lot of ticks over there.
He does.
Okay, well we kind of wrecked their air force, so that's good.
It's like,
Right.
I'm responsible for winning this, and I'm kind of failing my team, I think, at the moment. Did I get my tumbleweed out? I don't think so. Oh wait, I did. We're gonna blow it up there, and then we got this.
Unit
I got
lost.
6 on the line. Hopefully that'll push forward a little more. Kay, can you please can I get one construction bot for 2 or yeah? Can I get 2 of these?
Okay.
I can pay
two,
the metal
okay.
for it unless you're already overflying.
No, the best I can do is like give you stuff because I'm a noob. So, yeah,
Thank you.
that's my contribution to the team.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get anti-radar in this area, so hopefully I
Need
can.
to be- oh, my
over here.
bomber is just kind of going nuts. I guess I could. Okay, I got some blasts.
Wow,
I'm gonna
do you
go
know
for
you
their.
have a,
I'm gonna go for their fusion.
Hey, why do you have a T2 construction bot in my base,
What?
Lenny? You have a
I
T2
don't.
construction.
You
Do I?
do.
Hang on.
There's one right in my
I
base.
do. Here, that's yours. That's yours. Take it.
Oh, thanks. Okay, I don't know what to do with
Yeah,
it,
that's
but I guess
yours.
I'll upgrade my
Upgrade your
mexes.
mexes. Upgrade your mexes.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Upgrade
Yeah,
your
I think
mexes.
we might be able to take that middle metal spot now.
I think so. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
tick spam is
Aircraft
helping me
detected.
kind of keep it safer. Once I get an anti-radar, I'll get a
Oh,
tier 2
fuck,
on it.
that's flag. They got flag.
I'm trying to do zone
Units under attack.
It's not working. Oh. How are 2 of my...
Unit
Okay, this
lost.
is glitching. I don't know why.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Let me
feeding.
text them a little closer. I guess it's fine.
Let's not do that.
I need more text.
What is this combo too? Let's do one of those, 5 of those, 2 of those, and 1 of
Why
those.
is this guy
2 of
glitching?
those and 3. 1 of those.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice.
How many do they have left?
OP.
2.
Thank you, Mars. Glad you're enjoying watching the gameplay.
I think I can go and take that medal for friend's sake too. Maybe. Or I'm about to get myself killed. One or the other. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Kind of glitchy, but it's working.
Maybe this makes my radar on me. GG's.
You are overflowing metal.
GG's? Go on.
GG.
Us.
Oh, shoot. How did that happen?
Resign.
They resigned? Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't get any of the awards. Oh well. I usually get effective use of resources at least.
Oh. I need to use the washroom real quick. Hopefully we don't immediately start baby.
That's it for me. Work OP. What?
What? That's it. Oh, he gotta go. I probably have to go too. Actually, come to think about it. Man, I kinda wanna play
GG's. It
another
was
one.
fun.
I kind of want to play another one. No, I can't. I gotta go. It was fun though, Kat. Very nice to meet you. It was fun.
Nice to meet you.
Hope
Thank you
hope
for
we
the
do it
invite.
again. Yeah, of course. Hope we do it again soon. See you later.
See ya.
Right, are we all doing another one or
I mean, I'm gonna keep playing for a little bit, I think. So you,
yes.
I don't know. If you guys are gonna stay on, I'm down to hang out continuously. Thank you, Positive Impact.
5v5, it looks like it's 5v5. As long as we're all on the same team. Was that a ranked?
What do you mean?
Or whatever
yeah,
it's called?
These are ranked games, but rank doesn't really
So-
like mean anything, so.
But how long does it take until for me to? This affects my open skill, right?
Yeah, this will like when you lose games, it goes down, and when you win games, it goes up. But chevs will always just go up, because that's just based on like the time you play. So like the thing with 3 arrows next to your name, you're Mr. Chen, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
How did you know?
I just guessed because there were only 4 of us.
So, but we just won a game, and my open skill is still 2 question marks. So, how many?
That
How long
that's just because
until it
it's too
changes?
uncertain. Let me bar stats. What the heck? Why does everybody like this map? This one is not fun. Mr. Chen, let me see.
Hey, Cloud, you gotta vote.
Oh, Bunny left.
I actually don't see an uncertainty on here. Oh wait, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Here, I have a link I'll send you.
What's it again?
We want to do Melting Glacier.
Oh, I hate this map.
So the link I sent you is your bar stats, and if you go to the like section right where it says your name, and you like scroll to the right, there's a little scroll bar in there. It says your uncertainty, and the reason you have the question marks is because your uncertainty is so high. So you just play more games and your uncertainty will go down as they get more confident about what they think you are, like skill wise.
How do I copy this link?
You just click on it.
I
Or
don't want to.
I know that's like not a safe thing to do with OPSEC, but I promise it's not a
Yeah.
virus.
You know what they always say, and whenever
Well,
you
I'm
go
just.
through them, always accept a promise.
It looks like
It,
it's
if you
autodash
just
stats.
yeah, if you Google bar stats, it'll pop up.
Pro
It's a website and it just
Yeah,
like runs
player.
analytics.
SEO optimizations always trust.
True.
Question mark.
That reminds me, I need to do some
Player name.
optimizations at some point.
Except it's lower camel case, so I have to capitalize name equals Mr. Chin.
Cloud, you have to ready up or I'm gonna spec
Right.
you.
Sorry.
It says I have 0 wins and 5 losses.
I know I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to like say that. I felt like that was like too crazy.
No, but I don't remember ever playing an ranked game and losing it.
These are ranked. Oh wait, you just won some. Maybe this only updates like once a day or once every few days.
No, but usually I only play like with the friends in this Discord server, and we never make it ranked.
We may have accidentally a few times. It probably only pulls their API every hour or so. So I think the API
Okay,
endpoint has
I'm really bad at
restrictions.
Navy. I
I'm
don't
also
know.
really shitty
Navy is something I have not really gotten a chance to explore.
at doing this. Wait, this is a 5-on-4 islands. Okay.
Please choose your starting location.
Did I do air? Maybe I'll do air.
Do you know how to
play
air?
air?
A little bit. I'm definitely better
A
at air
little
than
bit.
Navy.
Well,
I'm
there's also front. There's also the frontliners. So
Yeah, no video. Let me do air. You can take front if you want. I say that like I'm any less shitty at air, but
I'm not a good frontliner. I'll do.
you want air, you can do it. Well, huh.
so yeah, Mr. Chin, you're doing Navy, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Just don't let boats kill me. That I'm really asking politely, please. Do
No
not
video.
let them
Do you
kill
mind if I
me.
get that spot?
I thought I'm doing air. Okay, where should I go to do air?
Oh, if you're doing air, go to like one of those.
Okay, crap. How do I change it?
Right side
Unlock.
unlock.
It's the red button,
Oh,
and
it's
then you're
left key to
gonna
left.
replace. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, how do I cancel that construction thing?
There's no real. You just have to cancel it how you normally do.
Oh, there we go. I just did that. Okay.
I hate things like this. Hmm. No video.
Yes.
I was thinking about something to say, but I couldn't think about a way to say it that sounded correct.
Oh, wait. I should move my spawn to be closer to the metal extractor so that I lose less time walking.
That would be correct.
Or start, I guess so.
Oh, it's kind of annoying. I don't have my base set
Ugh.
up.
I'm pink.
Battle started.
I build the seaplanes too.
Don't do two things at once. For the game.
Yeah.
Well, you can, but it's really not recommended.
Looks like I don't even have the option to do seaplanes, actually.
I'm not doing this well.
Wait, I'm confused.
Low
Did we just
power.
not enable seaplane? Or I need the, actually I might need the amphibious construction bot or something to build it.
It's still a little early for going to like an upgraded lab, like a C lab.
Yeah.
Commander can't climb that high. Okay, no video.
Okay, I'm gonna start by building some scouts and finding their bases.
Enemy units detected.
You need more metal.
Units under
You need more
attack.
metal. I would
Unit
take 2 of
lost.
these, build
Yeah.
1 construction turret, and then use your commander to go in the water and get more metal.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, and then you can use these 2 to build stuff around your island. It's tough for us. This is not good.
So you're
Also not great.
you're uncontested in the air right now, so you should definitely get a lot of value and then
I
switch
think
to
we gotta
land.
go land.
Yeah, because otherwise we're probably gonna die in the middle. And that is not really a good thing.
You want me to switch to land?
Just as soon
Radar
as
lost.
feasible. Oh my goodness, don't do
Okay.
that.
Not Jay. No video. I would stop producing those scouts. You're stalling.
Metal extractor lost.
Okay, I'm done producing the scouts.
The whole team is wasting energy.
Let's send them out.
I would. I don't know
Yeah,
what to
we're gonna die if you guys don't. Like, you should also be pushing. What is going on?
Well, I don't play C very often. I'm sorry.
Okay, why did you volunteer to take C?
I didn't
'cause
volunteer to take. I'm sorry.
Radar lost.
I guess I
Oh my
should build my
goodness.
bot lab on the mainland or on my island.
Mainland.
Yeah,
What?
Mainland.
you should come to the mainland. You should not build anything else on the other island.
Building
No,
stuff.
Okay.
no
If
more
you wanna-
Epstein's Island.
No video. If you can give me
Okay,
your
in that
lab
case, I'm gonna
on-
start
on-
building a bot lab.
You need to be expanding with a con and getting all these mexes. C is really
Yeah.
metal expensive.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, but little stuff in.
Okay, I guess I'll build no more anyway.
Hey, what you doing? I'm
Is
trying to
blue
kill-
bad?
Blue is.
Yes,
Yeah, blue
blue's
is bad,
bad,
blue is
but it's
bad.
fine. It just tanks. You need to build a lab fast. Yeah, just you're good. You're good.
Yeah, no video. I'd stop producing those gunships.
You should just worry
And
about the
I have-
bits.
My other lab isn't ready yet, so I just started producing the gunships. But I have some troops.
What's your metal
let's
at? I
build
guess you do have extra metal.
Yeah, I have extra metal, so that's why I'm doing it.
It's fine. Fine.
I just need some troops right now.
You need to get radars up so you have vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
spot
if you
lab,
know, then you would be doing it. So
Well,
it's
okay,
okay
there's-
to
there's
it's
a
it's okay to
difference-
not
No,
know. I'm just saying,
there's a-
like that's why I'm telling you because like you're not
no,
doing the things.
I mean it by.
I'm not doing it because I don't.
It's
have
okay.
the
I wasn't
build-
even talking to you, Mr. Chen.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you were
You
talking
You just
to me.
you just
my
you just worry about
aware
the
that-
units on land.
Yeah.
bad. Okay. I guess I'm gonna do what the
Do not try to kill me, please.
Units under attack. Commander under attack. Unit lost.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Enemy commander destroyed. Commander
Good
under
job.
attack.
Centurions or pawns, not rocket bots. You're gonna die. They
Okay.
have Centurions. You should try and get D-guns on those.
No video. Do you mind giving me your
Commander
airlock?
under attack.
Your what?
If you
my
want to use your
airlock?
airlock, do you mind? Yeah, and the construction for it next to it.
Radar
If you aren't
lost.
using it.
You are overflowing metal.
Well,
you.
everyone's telling me not to use it, so you take that and
Low
you
power.
take this.
Metal extractor lost.
You need to
Commander
D-gun
under
those.
attack.
That's the only way that you're gonna be able to survive right now, because they have 3. They're gonna overpower any single Centurion that you get.
Commander taking heavy damage.
Yes.
You guys need to be winning boats. Okay, I see that now.
Okay. I can try to be productive. Alright. Should do ready.
I don't have any. That's fine.
Shit, you just reminded me. You're being you pick one.
Okay, where are they shooting me from? There they are.
You need to get a radar up.
Yep, okay.
Sorry about that.
And that back here.
I pushed your heavy.
Metal extractor lost.
Fuck. One of these. Okay, that's fine. Well, if it's not that, well, we do. I guess I can reclaim them. That's something I can do.
Commander under attack.
Crap, green is encroaching on me over
Commander
here.
taking heavy damage.
Light or dark?
Commander destroyed. The whole
that
team is
dark
wasting
green.
energy. You are overflowing metal. Low power. Metal extractor lost.
Fuck, I forgot to ever start this.
Okay, I guess we can resign.
Friendly commander destroyed.
That was not well played on my part. I could have played that very differently by going boats and not leaving it to people that don't know Navy. That's what I should have done. But front still would have been hard regardless with a 3v2. But I think I should have maximized what I'm good at rather than trying to like minimize what I'm like mid at, if that makes sense.
Awkward stuff, commander. We'll build one of these. Okay, you want your air lab back?
Me?
Friendly
Yeah,
player resigned.
Yeah, we're resigning.
I actually like that map, but I'm a noob, so
I don't mind it. I just
well,
wish it was a little
take a
bit.
look at it.
I feel like it's not great for a 5v5 or.
Man, all these maps are so big, 55.7 megs. I must have many gigabytes of these downloaded.
Not really. Because there's, I believe, 62 verified maps. There may be more. I forget what it is. No, it's not 10.
User rang you? What does that mean?
It just means that someone may ring, so if you're not ready to up, you get pinged.
Oh. This map? Are you sure? Okay.
How's it going, Random Wolf? What is going on?
Earlier when I called myself a noob.
They're just
Never mind.
muted, but go ahead.
Never mind.
Wait, what'd you say?
Welcome,
Sorry, I was
Commander.
talking to chat. I've just been deafening so that I'm not like talking
No, I
over
was just
anybody.
talking to Cloud. I was saying like, if you're someone said earlier that you were streaming. Is that true?
I am streaming live on Twitch and
Please
YouTube.
choose your
Don't
starting
drop any
location.
slurs, please.
Okay, so that was gonna be my question. Can they hear me?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I asked before I accepted the invite. So I thought it was okay.
It's fine. It's just at this point I can't say slurs now.
Well, we never say slurs anyway. I just I mean entity does, but
Jay. Oh, I forgot to tell you in a video. When Jay got on his pissy fit and got mad at everyone, he well,
when
first
was
of
this?
all, a few days ago, he got a hissy fit with Entity because believe I believe no video named him BBC Lover, and Jay got really pissed and
I didn't name anyone.
no, this was Entity, but for some reason he got mad at you and me and Bunny, and got mad at everyone.
Wait, so did I just did nothing and he got mad
Oh,
at me?
yeah, he got, and for some this is I was on a call with him a little while ago, and for some reason he was mad at you and apparently thought you were a KGB agent and thinks you know about Project Red Day.
I don't even know what Project Red Day is.
Yeah, he's convinced that you know what Project Red Day is
Wait,
near
I don't
about.
even see him on the server. Did he leave the server?
Yes, he left the server.
Oh,
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad, but I don't
You
really.
shouldn't. Jay's something's wrong with Jay. Well, that's
Wait,
all.
so
He's
so
convinced you
so
know
what?
about Red Day.
So what made him mad in the first place?
No entity named him BBC Lover.
Okay, well that's 100% on entity. He needs to stop with. That's not the first time he's done something like that. He needs to
Yeah,
stop
but
being obnoxious.
Jay threw a hissy fit and for some reason
I
got
mean,
mad
he
at
may not have had thick. I don't. He may have been.
Battle started.
I don't know.
me.
Reacted too aggressively or something. But entity needs to stop doing that stuff.
He's kind of an asshole.
He is kind of.
The only thing about Entity though is he at least he he has good times. Like when I met him, you know, he just does retarded things at times, which I also do, so I can't say much to it. Oh, people are talking.
When were you on a call with him?
Uh, this was fuck. I probably should have done it that early, but that's fine. Um, I should have done my lab. Fuck. Oh well, too late. Probably like 3 days ago or something. I was doing some reverse engineering stuff
Oh,
for.
so we've had no contact with him since.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Sharky, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send him a friend request. Oh,
Is he blocked? Did he block you?
we don't have any common server.
He may have blocked you.
Says there's an error.
Low
He probably
power.
blocked you. He's convinced you're a
Wait,
KGB agent.
hold on, what in the world did I even do?
You didn't do anything.
What?
Apparently, I didn't do anything either because this was afterwards. He got
Wait,
either
so
like
he got mad at Entity, and then he just got mad
blocked
at me
all of
because he
us.
got mad at Entity?
Yeah, he blocked all of us for some reason, and then he re-added me.
Hold on, if it says, I'm translating this from Russian, didn't work. Check
Yeah,
that the username is correct
that's
or
the block.
that you typed in the name correctly. So
Yeah,
that means we're blocked?
okay, yeah. I don't know. He just you know how Jay is. He throws hissy fits from time to time. Maybe you don't. I don't know how long you've been Jay. Jay's
Okay, I just sent him a message and it says my message wasn't delivered, so
yeah, he has you blocked.
yeah, sorry, I was in a Discord thing.
Enemy units detected.
Yeah, he's convinced you know about Project Red Day and are a part of it. So
I have no idea what that even is. Do you know what's
Low
Project Red
power.
Day?
it's it's quote a it's a project. It's like a conspiracy theory KGB Project Red Day to cause like the destruction of America through civil unrest.
Does he realize how
Units under
anti-communist I
attack.
am?
Uh, no, he's convinced you're a part of the KGB and convinced that you're trying to recruit him. I wish I was being. I
Unit
wish
I
I.
made
lost.
no attempt to ever recruit him into anything.
I wish I was joking.
Actually, now that I think about it, I did talk to him about politics, and maybe he somehow interpreted it that way.
Any, yeah.
Basically, but the stuff that I was saying was
Don't.
like,
That's just Jay being
Metal
mentally insane.
extractor
Don't
okay,
lost.
look, all I said was that I'm against invading Iran, and I also said I don't support Ukraine. I don't. It's not that I support Russia. I just don't support either side. And so I guess maybe if you could interpret that as somehow being anti-American, but I
no
don't.
video. Just one little thing. Remember cat streaming. You try to. It'll be a little bit careful on the politics.
Yeah, but what I just said was not
Yeah.
controversial.
Well,
Those are moderate positions.
for some people, the Ukraine thing might be weird. I understand.
Yeah,
it was-
that's true. No,
Yeah.
it's not that I'm not saying that I support the Russians. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
I know your
I don't
opinion.
trust the Ukrainian government either.
Yeah, I know your.
And I have friends in Ukraine that share that position.
Yeah, I know your opinion on it.
I was actually messaging one yesterday, and those guys are freezing right now, and it's a very sad situation because their energy infrastructure is getting blown up.
Yeah, those bias indeed. Did I ever have I ever told you that? Did you hear about the ALRS trademark case that was going on?
Low power.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, and so ELRS is a protocol for like remote control drones, planes. Anyways, it's just an open source protocol. Anyways, I have a lot of friends in that community that I grew from a different thing, and I became close with a lot of the head devs on it. And one of them named, yeah, I can say sorry. I had to think of the, I had to think of the, uh, if it's still legal. They got mad at each other and it's an open source project and someone I can say the name. Yeah, Sour did trademark theft and filed a trademark for in the US and China for ELRS, which was a fun trademark battle for a little while.
I don't know what
Anyways,
ALRS is.
ELRS, it's a protocol for controlling like remote control drones, planes. It's very popular and the main thing on it was and the main reason they're mad is it's often used in retrain drones. Well, in remote control over the fiber optic ones now. For the LoRa controlled ones, which are far less common now. From my understanding, most of them are fiber now. Units, yeah, I am. Yeah, there's some trademark theft and no, it's I don't. Person's interesting.
And he says need units. Does he just want me to send
was
my army
me.
up or to give him my
That
units?
was to me. I didn't build enough units. Well, at that time I wasn't building unit.
Okay, maybe I need to stop building these rocket bots.
You guys should send me metal. If you have it.
How much?
I'm the only one with it with energy. All of it. All of your metal.
Aircraft
Out of
detected.
that.
Yeah.
Tech
I'm
2
trying to.
unit ready. Your team reached Tech 2.
Is this working? How do I do this? Нажмите и потяните, чтобы Oh, here we go. There, I just gave you a bunch.
Thank
get it?
you. Yeah.
Friendly commander
Okay.
destroyed.
Darn it, I gotta retreat. What units should I build?
Cloud, you need to build AA.
Oh,
What?
fuck. Oh, this is fine. fuck, I need a at my base.
Oh,
I like
AA? Okay, I'm gonna build AA.
Yeah, I get a. I would build just at least build like one at your base. You're choosing what you choose. I would go like 1.5 though. I think one is a little too low.
Okay, oh, there's my construction bot. I guess I need to build AA at all my bases then.
Yeah. I would just do level 1 at your other bases and 1.5 at your base. Oh, and maybe not 1.5, I don't know. Depends on how much metal you have available.
I don't know what that means. Anyway.
Like 1.0 means like stuff you can build with your commander. 1.5 is stuff with construction bots. So like that chainsaw would be like 1.5. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm building 2 chainsaws.
I would
Units
only build
under
one.
attack.
Chainsaws are very powerful.
Metal extractor lost.
I build
Yeah,
well.
but
Oh, I see what you're doing. Saying. Never mind. I thought you were building a next siege.
It goes down in Ohio. Ash Tabula reviews.
Docker.
Radar lost.
Yeah, we're
Damage
kind of
is
losing because of me right now.
But I'm not doing good at all.
Yeah, I don't think you guys quite had the APM to be having that conversation. You're getting built on right here.
Oh fuck. Sorry.
Oh, here they come. Oh, shoot.
Oh, I'm gonna be so good.
Would you not pretty please?
Sucking to watch my phone.
Commander under attack.
Okay, I wiped out this guy's
Okay, I
army.
just sent an email to someone. Okay, I got metal now, and I can start producing what's gonna pop on.
Metal extractor lost.
What the hell is this? Interesting.
Yeah, I got no metal.
The whole team is wasting energy.
Honestly, what do I do from here? Oh, this guy is sending guys my way. Okay, I'm moving in. I really want to get those mech spots down there, but how do
Okay,
I
no
even...
video yet. No video. Commander. I just lost a bunch of units. I think too. No video. Don't push too hard.
Don't
Just
feed
be-
your
Okay, I'm gonna
units.
back off.
Make sure you have AA in the back.
Tech 2 unit spotted.
Uh-oh, that's not good. I'm on T1.
Okay. Well, I don't know, depending on what it is, but. I forget, are you a moderate for that? I'm not.
Kind of want to build a second lab closer to the front line. Is that a bad idea, Kat?
No, it can be a good idea, except you're not really that close to the front line. What you could do is go T2 and do something like spiders over their walls.
I have no metal for T2.
Yeah, I
That's
give
why
you
I
a
wanna...
T. Make sure
Actually,
you're upgrading
is
that.
Orange just not gonna get these mexes? Oh, were they all? Oh, never mind. So he had plans to build
So
there.
in video, what you could do is build, well, you could build here, or once we take here, you could build something here, but I don't know. If you're comfortable with vehicles, you could do vehicles here. I don't know if you're comfortable with
Oh
it. Just
gosh,
you
here come
that's
the
super comfortable.
spiders. I have... Ah,
Yeah.
Oh, I was
crap.
just telling you to do that. Oh, that's not good.
That's not
And of
great.
course, I built no static defenses here because I am stupid.
Yeah, I'm not ready for
Friendly
T2.
commander
Oh,
destroyed.
great. I'll
What year?
resurrect him. Yes, I'll resurrect him.
Make sure you're ready for the more spiders that are coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad news.
Gotta-
Okay, I'm gonna have to build static
Sure.
defenses everywhere.
You don't have to build them everywhere, just build them where you would think they would come in from. Oh.
Units
This
under
destroys
attack.
my metal production too.
Okay, there we go. I got more army to push in real quick.
Air transport detected.
Where's the trans?
Unit
Okay, I'm
lost.
gonna build. Unit lost.
Alright. What you doing sending your spiders over here? Is that because you think you're about to get fucked? That would probably be around correct. You have power? Guess not. Nice.
How many of these do I have? 2.
Commander
You just
under
wanna get me
attack.
to kill my entire army. That's nice.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah.
Radar lost.
Good job, Cloud.
You are
See what they
overflowing
have down
metal.
here.
Yeah, no video. Make sure you, honestly, I wouldn't worry about reconstructing your commander right now. Because we have it under control, you can wait a minute and I would rebuild your maxes first. We don't really need that commander right now. Just, make sure you keep control of that area.
Okay. Are my mexes? Yeah.
As long as you
Yes,
keep control of an area, you don't really need to worry about it. Oh, in this part of the game with the resources you have currently. Fuck, I left that on. GG. Oh.
What do you mean, GG?
Oh,
What?
I think their team's resigning.
Unit
Or
lost.
what?
Their team is resigning.
Why?
I don't know. I guess because we're...
They still have a chance. They still have more than a chance.
They do, but there's only 3 of them left. They have 4 commanders, but
2
I
of
don't know.
them.
Someone DC.
There's only 2 of them left.
Oh, 2.
Wait,
But someone
what-
just left, yeah.
What do you mean OP made them rage quit?
So- Somebody sent spiders in the back line and it made everybody leave.
Oh.
Yeah.
Someone from our team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Commander.
Oh.
What you doing, buddy? I don't think I have enough to kill you. I have enough to scare you. Fuck, I actually do have enough to kill you. Bye-bye.
Enemy commander destroyed.
You gonna resign?
Wait,
Aw.
so they were playing only against 2 people right
Yeah,
now,
they're gonna
then.
resign. Well, if they're normal, they're gonna resign. If not, they're about to get fucked.
What the? I did not tell you guys to. No, what the?
What are they
My
doing?
construction bots are stupid.
Fusion.
They were reclaiming the commander that I'm resurrecting.
Yeah.
Wait,
We did it. Oh my gosh.
did I get any rewards?
That's what I was saying.
Oh,
Oh, you got run out
destroying
for being a
allied units.
career. Oh, yeah.
I'm really confused about the J situation.
Oh, Jay, it's just Jay.
Okay, you know what? Since we're playing this game and since he's streaming, I'll leave the conversation for later.
Yeah, maybe worth it.
How many viewers you got over there?
A whole 8 people.
Oh. On both?
Yeah, but between the two.
Why are we,
At least that's what my restream says. Sometimes it's inaccurate.
Okay, it now says I have 1 win and 5 losses.
Nice.
I still don't know where the 5 losses are from.
We probably left ranked
Yeah,
on.
accidentally. But then how did I lose 5?
I think it tells you.
We played some PvP matches.
Yeah, but how did I lose all 5 of them?
Well, no offense.
Were
Well,
they the
actually, it was
free-for-all?
with us. Yeah, it probably wasn't. um,
Were they the free-for-alls?
I think if you go down to match list at the very bottom of your screen, like on the bar stats thing, it says all of your ranked games. And you even got some
Oh.
awards in some of them. You played a glitters game and you got an award. And then you played a different glitters game and got an award. And then you played a rifted game, a 1v1, and you got 2 awards. But I think you lost them
Oh,
all.
I
So
see.
you still got the
I
awards
see.
though, so that's cool.
Okay, I'm gonna review that later then. Thanks for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
One other thing over there. Remember, there are replays. It may be worth watching them.
Yeah,
Click 'em.
replays.
I was just gonna say it may be worth reviewing them, especially when we play all those PvP. Too bad, I think. No.
Viewers do you typically get?
A handful. It just depends. And on Twitch, the bar people will like pass people around with
Welcome,
raids.
Commander.
So sometimes it like spikes up.
That's nice. I hate this map.
Please choose your starting location.
Right, Kat. Like I said, y'all are gonna have to babysit me, so what do you think I should do in this match?
That is a good question.
No video. If you want to,
Where do you want me to spawn? I'm just gonna be your assistant. Where do you want
if
me
you
to
want to get
spawn?
like over here a little closer, and then what we can, I'm trying to. I don't even know what I want to do here. I could do hovercraft. I suck at hovercraft.
I've never done hovercraft before,
I'm
so
thinking
that
about
might not be a
myself.
good idea.
If you want to go, bots can go into the water. If you want to go bots,
Bots cannot go into the water. That
Like,
is
They cannot go into
that
the
is
water.
fake
That's
news.
sorry. You could.
I mean, I can do an amphibious vehicle.
You should go boats.
Oh,
You know, video
okay.
kind of sucks at boats, so that's the only reason why.
You can give your units to either me or to the green person on your right, and they can micro for you. But you should still like have a boat lab and like try to have a presence in the water, like with your commander and stuff, because your commander can also shoot the other boats from underwater.
D-gun. Oh, not just
Yeah,
D-gun.
yeah.
normal gun.
You can't D-gun under the water though. That's the only thing.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you think of the amphibious vehicles?
Amphibious vehicles can work if we wind see, but otherwise
Huh?
they might just kill them with their boats. Oh wait, uh, Cloud, you should eco pretty hard,
You want me to eco? Okay.
but like eco, like you have to do your absolute best.
Um.
I
Okay.
I, 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 I believe in you. I believe in you. Just like
Battle
you
started.
you gotta just focus on the eco. No matter what your heart wants to tell you to do. Sometimes it's hard. It's like boring as the eco player.
That's not boring. It's just I get distracted. Okay. Who's messaging me? What are you? In English? Is there an English translation to this?
So you're saying I should build a boat lab first?
Yeah, you should walk up here and build the boat lab like here.
Well, I don't want to leave this undefended, so I'll build a static defense here and then.
Yeah, like an
Yeah.
LLT or something should be fine in case they send hovers. You could
Well,
also build a radar like here, and it would let you see anything that's coming.
Yeah. Yes.
Safely.
Building. Actually, what are the chances that any of them are going air? Because I just built an AA.
Maybe they don't usually, but somebody might. It kind of just depends.
Fuck, rats check win.
Enemy units detected.
Okay, so should I do naval hovercraft or shipyard?
Just a
Shipyard again?
shipyard, just a regular shipyard. Yeah.
Actually, at some point, I need to walk back and get those mexes behind me.
Do you mind if I take them?
Don't. But I
Yeah,
mean, that'll
no,
kinda,
you shouldn't. You should let somebody else send a con. I can get them for you.
if you, I mean, if you'd be gracious, you could build them and hand them over to me. But you know.
Try to be a gracious person. Not the most.
Okay, let me share some
Friendly
resources
commander
with you guys.
self-destructed.
Oh my goodness.
Oh crap! They're already here.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I can build a naval. I
No,
can
no, no,
build
no,
an
no.
anemone.
Yeah. But
Anemone.
you should keep BP on this. Like, get in the water. They can't hit you if you're underwater. Remember how I said like the commander's actually pretty strong? Like
I can't hit the
to be
commander underwater.
only destroyers and subs. Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like they're taking care of it for me.
But you should still be like supporting them with all of that.
I don't have a bot lab yet.
No, you're not supposed to have a
do.
bot lab. You're supposed to have a ship lab.
I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. I don't even have a ship lab yet. Like, I can't just send my... Just like... My
Low
commander's my
power.
only constructor right now.
Oh my goodness.
Units under attack. Metal extractor lost.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I have an
Okay.
anemone up and running. That's what I should have done first.
Oh my gosh, you still don't have
Okay.
to Start at 5, I think.
So what naval do you guys want me to build?
Any ships are fine.
Really?
What did our
Yeah, just anything.
actually-
Oh no, I lied, not anything. What do you have? Build frigates.
I have frigates.
Yeah.
But my wife I built an Ellie
Metal
saw.
extractor lost.
Oh my goodness. Sake.
This is not my finest work.
Unit
Ah,
received.
crap. Again.
No video, I'll give you these metal spots after I need them right now.
Oh my god.
You have
no
to make
video,
units. Don't stop making units ever.
Yeah, I forgot to turn on repeat.
No video, you shouldn't have built the on what's
You should just worry about eco. You don't have enough E. You need like 400 to 500 in order to be able to sustain T2 and
Yeah,
like build everything that is
I'm-
coming.
Okay, blue is good. That's good.
make this.
Okay, I have no metal, so I'm going over there.
You, and I'll do.
Commander Cat is trying. What do we think that is? Bad news. We think that is bad news. Oh my goodness. Let's...
Your team reached Tech 2.
do this, and everything will be okay. Everything is gonna be okay.
Unit lost. Commander under attack. Radar lost. Enemy commander destroyed. Commander
Don't
under
die.
attack. Enemy commander destroyed. Commander taking heavy damage. Commander destroyed.
That is
Friendly
bad.
commander destroyed.
No video, you need to take control of the right side.
Aircraft detected.
Aircraft
Or
flipping
you could also
detected.
give your units to green if you don't feel comfortable microing.
One or the other. No video, you may be better off giving them to green because your micros are.
I mean, you're killing stuff. You're doing all right.
Yeah, it's
You
not
should get a
too bad.
radar up though.
What is green doing? Is green dead?
Yeah, green died. You could give cons if you want. Make sure. Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
why
getting
is he
radar.
also going T2?
And,
Got radar. Now let's see, what can I do?
you want a T2?
Me? No. I have no
Unit
nowhere near enough
received.
metal.
I need whatchamacallit. Fuck, I forgot to set you to kill.
Unit
Where's that
lost.
exactly?
Okay, what should I do with my commander? I guess I'll... I need more. I need eco.
I'm gonna make a bad decision.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Dang. Could I get two cute little reses? You can get my res. Where is it? There it is.
I need above ground reses.
Cloud, which color are you? You're that color.
I'm light green, but I need above ground reses, not underwater
Oh,
reses.
never mind. Then give it back to me if you don't mind.
Yeah, I will. I need above ground. I'm
You
have a
are
slight,
overflowing metal.
amount of resources available. I'm thinking about resing it.
Ah, fudging crap. This air is killing me.
I'm gonna come over there and try to help you guys. Just give me a second.
Wait, where in the world did my construction bot go?
You should
Oh,
build an A.
shit.
You should build an AA.
I did. It's above. I built one here.
No, I meant like a AA unit to protect your stuff.
Is AA static defense not good enough?
Not when it's your boats out here.
Okay.
Units
Where in
under
the world
attack.
did my construction bot go? I don't understand.
Unit lost.
Okay, I'm kind of wrecked.
Low power.
Just try and hold on. If you can just hold on, I'm about to kill their bases.
Okay, that's good. Oh, here it is. I found it. Title generator, that's what I was looking for.
Oh yes, I should have asked you to build me a long time ago.
How much do those
Tech
cost?
2
90
unit
metal?
ready.
Well, that's not good, but they'll have to
They're
do it.
not a ton. You really titles 20. Yeah, you really should build title gen on this map.
These should get my energy
Enemy
converters.
commander destroyed.
Enemy. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh fucking, I'm better at doing a thingy.
Yeah, I can use this res ship to eat all of this stuff, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Just barely don't have enough energy
I'm gonna eat this Cortex Commander, so if any of y'all want to reanimate it, it's your last call.
You're good. We have an extra one. You can take it.
Dark blue is an ally.
Yeah, make sure you finish it. I think we're fine now, but might as well.
Unit lost. Low power.
This way, that way. No.
Is it better to build? It's better to build tidal generators than wind, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and do that.
Just make sure you have control
Actually,
over
I
that
could get. I have a lot of metal right now. I'll build a solar.
If you want, you can pay me for a fusion if you have enough.
How much is a fusion?
It's a very good question.
Like 800, I think.
800
Oh yeah,
metal?
that's right. They updated it. A fusion is 35.
Low power.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, I lied. It's 800E. It's like 3,000, I think.
Yeah, 3,000 metal, and yeah.
Oh,
I just
yeah, I have
metal.
nowhere near that.
Okay. What is? Oh, I do not have enough build power. Let me. Where are these units at? I need you to do. Yeah. Okay, what do you need right? I'm not Jay, no video. What do you need right now?
Metal?
The whole team is
Metal?
wasting energy.
I don't need. Don't give me
Metal
anything.
extractor
You guys
lost.
are better at
I-
using stuff than I am.
I have a slight overflow here. You can have a little.
I don't even know what to use that for.
Well, find something to use it on then. Oh,
Like,
want
I'm
to-
really bad at resource management. You should keep your
no, it's
resources.
fine.
I guess I'll
I'm s-
build energy storage.
Tech
I-
2
let
unit
me guess.
detected.
You already have T2, and I already gave you one, so I keep this for myself. Unless nobody you want a T2 unit?
Definitely not. Nowhere near the account. Actually, I could upgrade my mexes with it.
Yeah,
Wait, is
here,
it a
take it.
land unit? Is it
Yeah,
land
land,
or
yeah.
a sea?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, take it. Use it to upgrade yours. Oh, fuck,
Where
I
did you
completely
give it?
forgot I set these
Did
out.
you already transfer it?
Yeah, I already transferred it. It's gonna walk over here. Okay, I completely forgot I sent these units. I need to be more careful about that.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's
there it
walking
is.
over. Trying to be slow. To vehicle.
Why isn't this? Oh, there we go.
I forgot how horrible these turtles are.
So how many commanders are left? Oh, wait.
Metal
One.
extractor lost.
Oh shoot.
We
Where
have
is it?
3.
Do we know where it is?
No. Let me bundle these up. They aren't very powerful. We have.
Okay, I just took out one of their mexes, I guess. Let's move here.
Yeah. Let me bundle up all my turtles and I can send it in.
They're kind of screwed, aren't they?
Yeah, they're. 2 have resigned. I'm surprised they haven't team resigned yet. I'm assuming either my next turtle invasion or theirs. They're gonna.
So in
resign.
order to finish them off, it looks like I have to build
Yes,
land
but I'm
units.
pretty sure they're gonna resign before that. Just being honest. They're in all inches of the word, but
Okay, I'm gonna
Unit
build a
lost.
seaplane thing.
you can honestly, if you
shoot,
could
I
do,
have-
if
I
you could do
still have
bomber
no
spam,
metal.
if you could do bomber spam, that'd be pretty funny.
Yeah.
Are we safe? I might do bomber spam. That would be funny. Okay, I'm gonna do the funny.
You should
Pretty.
stop those ducks if you don't already have something for them.
No.
Metal extractor lost.
Yeah.
I'm taking out this this little invasion over here. Unless it
They
gets
should-
taken out before I get there.
Yeah, they should be good with the flames.
So is this coast clear?
For the most part, they still have some vehicles to here to my not vehicles, but it's here to my knowledge. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure.
Is that a mammoth? Oh my gosh, they're trolling.
Oh, are they? Where? Ah,
Where?
I think they only have one though. It's not that big of a deal. Kinda annoying, but I think actually in their attempts to kill this, they're gonna. Oh, another one resigned.
Oh, I had a turtle.
Yeah, they're gonna team resign very soon. Surprised they haven't yet. I'm gonna go ahead and send my air in. I just need a fortunate units to play. There we go. Bye bye. Bye. Bye bye. Hey, doing?
Well played.
Oh, they do have a mammoth.
Alright, let's find this last commander.
Take out the mammoth. He's taking
Hi.
out your turtle over there. He's taking
It's
out.
it's honestly I'm not too worried right now. In fact. Oh hi. I don't think I can get it with my bombers. Maybe. They have too much anti-air. Why have they not resigned yet? What is their plan here? Too much right there. Let me see if I can do that. Let me just destroy this tier 2 then. There we go.
Units under attack. Unit lost.
Oh, power. Crap.
What is their thinking here?
I think the
Tech
guy
3
is
unit
just...
spotted.
Kind of carrying it on. It's really annoying.
Yeah, he's doing what I do. You know
Well, the
how,
difference.
like, I just build a heavy transport and then hide my commander?
Well, no, he's not even. There we go.
Oh,
Finally.
shoot.
GG.
Oh, second. Okay, I'm happy. I got second place on destroying enemy resources.
Let me see what my bar stats are now.
API probably isn't gonna pull that quickly. Time's up.
Hold on, this says date 2022, July 18th?
Yeah, I think we
I've been
ran.
playing bar for that long?
Yeah, we
Or is
played
that
a
just...
long time. Remember?
Is that just... I'm on bar stats. Is the beginning date is 2022? Is that just when
2022. I don't think we played that
this
long ago.
website was made? Or is that when I started playing bar?
I think you first played with us, which was in 2024, I believe, 2025.
2020 what?
I think the first time you played was 2025 because you played with us for the first time, I believe. That I could be wrong about that.
Well, I played it,
It's been
no,
longer.
you know, recently I picked it back up, but when I was playing it for the first time, Entity showed it to me. That was years ago, but I didn't think it was 2022. Anyway, everyone's waiting for me to ready up, so let's go ahead and do that. Um,
Hot in here, y'all. It's getting sweaty. Getting a little sweaty in this game.
okay, you guys chose an extremely small spawn area. Cat is the... yeah, I guess I'm gonna spawn...
Please choose your starting location.
You want... I'm gonna just be under your command. Do you want me to take the one in the middle? Or...
Yeah, they're gonna be really mean in the middle. So you probably want like centurions or thugs.
well, do you want... is this a good... are you fine with me spawning here?
Yeah, you can spawn there. You're gonna support Justin, like that way.
Okay.
Or you could also like run around this way and try and take one of them out.
In my position, do I really need to build a radar? Because I assume all the
No, no,
players
no. You
around me are
probably
gonna
you
build.
probably don't need a radar.
I mean, they're
And
cheap. They're cheap.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll just go. They're cheap. Might as well.
You're mostly just gonna focus on not letting this guy die. If Justin dies, it's really bad.
Okay.
Is Cloud here or no?
He's deafened. So what kind of units you want me to build?
Um,
I got that. My apologies.
Cloud, everyone is waiting for you. Like they're complaining about you in the chat. Where were you? In the restroom?
Yeah, sorry.
okay, you should go Cortex Thugs.
Fuck, I can't play Cortex.
Cortex.
Yeah, I know. We're getting crazy in here, but Cortex Thugs are better.
Okay.
I have, I'm a noob even with Armada, but Cortex I
Battle
have very
started.
little experience, but I guess I'll go for it. So thugs are in the T1 bot lab, right?
Yeah, T1 Bot Lab.
This is
I don't
such
even
a...
know.
What? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah?
You should go Vehicles.
Oh,
Why are you
sorry.
AFK?
Sorry.
That is
Sorry.
crazy.
Cloud, he does this all the time. He's like,
Sorry,
no, he does this all the time where he's like doing his own personal projects while he's
It's not a
playing
personal
online
project.
games.
Not a personal project.
You're
Someone...
always distracted on
Well,
something
I'm
else.
sorry. Someone, for some reason, at night, everyone just... Well, it's because people are off work. Someone was asking me something that I had to answer. Sorry. Yeah?
Enemy units detected. Low power.
You should just stay up there, Mr. Chen.
Let me get my lap. Bring it. Yeah? That's not what I meant to do.
You need to be expanding out.
I know, I'm just about to. I screwed up my start there.
Aircraft spotted.
In
Air
air.
transport
Oh my
detected. Units
Gotta build
under attack.
anti-air.
Unit lost.
And it's not.
Low power.
Oh my god, no, he's not gonna die. It's too late.
Now I was thinking, I wonder if I could
Low power.
desolder the DisplayPort connector.
No,
No.
Cloud, shut up. You're
Yeah.
either playing the game or you're not.
There's a thought that came to my mind.
You should put your thugs. You should be trying to kill this, Mr. Chen.
Yep, on it.
There's just a
Gosh.
thought there. Because I think I can get one.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Got him.
I think I have an embed from it. Email about that.
Okay. Kat, are you gonna take out that one red unit or am I? I have a thug on the way
I have the
already.
one red unit. You just support the front. Support the front. Support the
Okay.
front.
Alright. Ah, crap. I failed my job. I think he's gonna die soon.
No. Don't let him. Don't let him. Don't let him die.
My troops are on the way, but he's dying fast. Oh crap! I think I just saved him. Holy
Nice,
crap.
nice, 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 nice.
I need to stop doing that.
Oh, there's another commander here.
Don't feed your thugs. Don't feed your thugs. Don't feed your thugs. You need to build up an army. Don't just do one by one.
Yeah, but there's another commander already. Holy crap.
Unit received. You are overflowing metal.
Oh, hi.
Aircraft spotted.
Oh boy, here they come.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. Shit. This is fine. It's fine. Nothing could be better right now. Fuck. Oh, shit. I didn't know I was supposed to make mayonnaise. Oh, that's rude of you.
Units under attack.
I need to go through 1.5.
Your thugs, you need to be kiting. Build another radar right here.
There? Oh. Okay. Right here? Alright. Oh no, you said right there, my bad.
Yeah, just anywhere where you can see this, because they're based on line of sight. This, oh my gosh.
Enemy commander destroyed. Friendly commander destroyed.
What?
You
Okay.
use fight command and push your thugs up. You need to be trying to wear down his army. Or trying to get a comm kill. If you can get a comm kill, that's also OP.
Stop eating my thing.
Okay, took out a radar of his.
That's good, that's good.
Oh,
Here,
I
try
think
and
he's
kill
vulnerable.
kill these Centurions if you can.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's really bad.
Hey.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think
Friendly
that's probably
commander
GG.
destroyed. Units under attack.
Zine? I don't think we're doing that bad.
It's not great.
We still have a chance.
Maybe.
Unit lost.
Anyway, I'm done healing your commander. Out of here.
Metal extractor lost.
Units, yeah, I'm well aware. Give me a second. That's
What's going on over here?
it's because this metal got took out and I didn't adjust my units. I didn't change my production.
Cloud, I know you keep saying you're aware, but it's okay to learn things in the game. You don't need to know
No.
everything.
The reason
Your
why I said
team
that
reached
is I'm
Tech
aware
2.
of doing that. I'm not in a good position. In that case, I didn't change my
Low power.
get my
Oh crap, I wasn't paying attention. My army
Tech
got
2
wrecked.
unit ready.
I was working on stuff in the back and I started.
what's her name? No video, watch out.
Yep, I'm watch outing.
I shouldn't have played that. Let me get a
Oh shoot, I know.
GG.
Low
True
power.
French. French, F Ranch the Tanch.
Units
How do you say your
under
name?
Attack. Unit lost.
trade, 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 trade. Nope, nope. Come on, let me trade. Fuck, I can't trade. see if I can get a little closer.
Do you want to just resign and start a new game?
Yeah, I voted to go next.
Commander destroyed.
Won't let me. Wanna get into that?
Okay, it's been
Yeah,
real, guys, but I think I'm gonna
I
go
threw the game there. I did
I
not
play-
defend
I
that.
screwed up my start pretty heavily.
Oh, Bunny is online now.
It's been nice
Where's the
playing.
lighting
I'll
button?
I'll see you guys later. Bye. That was fun. I definitely want to be able to balance things by the balance. I'm feeling tied to the noobs, which is fine. I know I can be playing better as well. I probably should have built. What could I have built right there to pull us out of that? Spiders, maybe. Spiders can be OP because they can climb over the hills. And I could have given one to Green and let him done his thing up there, and also done some stuff with mid. They could have like chilled on that little cliff thing and shot rockets down. These things happen. What's your guys' favorite game mode in Beyond All Reason? Personally, I think mine is going to be small team games or voice chat 8v8s. I really love the Creed hosted 8v8s. I think that's pretty OP, and those are always a very good time, and I enjoy it. Let's get gamey. I actually lied. I think Team FFA is my favorite. Like, if I had to pick one to play for the rest of my time playing bar, it would be that. 1,000,000%. Hands down, or your money back, guaranteed. I think vehicles can go down this, right? I think they can go down that and that. True. That was low-key making me kind of uncomfortable. I feel like the person I was playing with,
Battle started.
they were cussing a lot. And it made me realize that I don't know. I don't cuss a lot in my day-to-day anymore. I used to. I used to have a very bad potty mouth. And I still don't have the best potty mouth, I guess. But I'm just not in context where it's like appropriate to be cussing most of the time. I don't really like cussing in public either. I feel like I'm like disturbing the peace, if that makes sense. Do you think it's wrong to make somebody change their username if they join a clan? That's what everybody's asking.
Low power.
Is this a solar map? I think it is a solar map. I'm literally throwing. No, 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 don't do that there.
Enemy units spotted.
I actually think we're just gonna walk straight to this. And I lied. We're gonna do another one of those. Who do we have? We have purple. We're gonna try to go up here and sneak around, and then we're gonna do this. It's gonna be OP. You just wait. I want you guys
Units
to do that.
under attack. Unit lost.
No, that was so mean. Don't do that, Dunarian. Don't do that.
Low power. The whole team is wasting energy.
Don't want to waste energy.
Commander under attack.
One Blitz versus one Incisor. Who wins?
Commander under attack. Low power. Commander under attack.
Oh my goodness. I'm actually feeding. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Low power.
I think we do this. It feels like a little bit feedy, but they don't get that. Oh my. Never mind. We're gonna need... We can just go heavy tanks, I guess.
Low power.
Wow, good one. There are a lot of trans women that play this game. I was kind of surprised about it, not gonna lie. Or no, I'm not, I'm not that surprised about it, but moderately surprised.
Units under attack. Metal extractor lost.
Oh my goodness. An HLT is crazy. I don't have the E to do what I need to do. That's gonna be problematic. We're just gonna have to make the E. We're gonna have to make it work.
Commander
because
under
that
attack.
can't happen.
Commander taking heavy damage. Commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
We're gonna push that in.
Metal extractor lost. The whole team is wasting energy. Radar lost.
Okay. I think we're fine. I think everything is fine.
Friendly commander destroyed.
That
Enemy commander destroyed.
unfortunate, but these things happen.
You are overflowing metal. Tech 2 unit spotted.
Oh, Tech 2 is really bad. None of us are T2. Justin's going T2.
Low power.
Oh my gosh, that is not good. Okay. That was a lot of metal that I fed.
Tech 2 unit ready. Your team reached Tech 2.
We're just gonna do that, and then we're gonna do this. Oh my goodness.
Low power. Units under attack. Unit lost. Radar lost.
Preferably that doesn't die. Yeah.
Aircraft detected. Unit lost.
That does not feel good. But I don't think it's the worst thing that's ever happened. It's definitely not good. Don't get me mistaken, but
Low power. Metal extractor lost. You are overflowing metal.
I feel like we're hanging in there. Like it's not as bad as they would have you believe. I definitely have way too much metal though. I don't know, like that, maybe?
Aircraft detected.
They have banishers and anti-radar there.
Units under attack. Unit lost.
I do need to be on my side, because if they push over there and it falls through, it's gonna be embarrassing. Oh, that's really bad.
Units under attack. Long-range plasma cannon detected.
Where? Right there. Okay. Okay, I
Friendly
see, I see.
commander
Oh,
destroyed.
that's really bad.
Aircraft detected.
That's not particularly good either. Let's build a stealth tank and just check out what's going on. We're just gonna hope that this gets stopped.
Unit lost.
I think it'll be fine, because Justin's going over. Oh, I see.
The whole team is wasting energy. Aircraft detected.
I'm actually not sure if this outranges that.
Units under attack. You are overflowing metal. Unit lost. Low power. Metal extractor lost. Radar lost.
Do those die from that?
Battle paused.
No.
Battle resumed. Battle paused.
Who's lagging? I think we actually take that and then do that, yeah.
Battle resumed.
No. I lied.
You are overflowing metal. Your team reached Tech 3.
Oh my gosh, I don't even have units on. What the heck? I'm throwing. Where's this con? Oh.
Units under attack. Unit lost.
Yeah, I guess we just load up with bulls.
Tech 3 unit spotted. Metal extractor lost. Unit received. Tech 3 unit ready.
I should probably just go T3, right?
Metal extractor lost. The whole team is wasting energy. Aircraft detected.
Oh my god.
Metal extractor lost. Radar lost.
I personally am cooked. I'm 95% sure.
Radar lost. Unit received.
Was it? I haven't seen it yet. I've just seen clips on the internets.
Unit received. Friendly commander destroyed. Warning, your team is down to its last commander.
Yeah, I don't even have E for this. I should have voted yes. Too crazy. Probably my fault for not building AA. And I got very far put behind when they bombed me. It was infuriating to watch. It's amazing how the worst people imaginable have so much power and control. The system is broken. Ain't that the truth? That's crazy. That's a long time to have been playing this game. Yeah, I probably should have had more Starlights too. I should have porked up more. I think that was one of the big issues that I had. Are there any high level lobbies on? I don't think so. Yeah, we might just join Irish's. Is Irish streaming? Irish is streaming. It's Wednesday, not the Adams Family Chick, you freaks. What a guy. What a title. The system is extremely broken. From the clips I saw, it looked like she was just kind of like not even participating at all and just being like super annoying about it. I don't know. I'll probably watch them soon. I could have had it on in the background, but I wanted to give it my full attention, you know?
What?
I hope it's entertaining. I looked, it's like 5 hours long. How long has this been going? 17 minutes. Probably got a minute. I have to pee, but I'm gonna let this catch up, and I'll be back in just a second.
Commander self-destructed. Commander self-destructed. Commander destroyed. Commander destroyed. Commander destroyed.
Okay, I am back, and hopefully we are not throwing. We'll see what happens. You watched almost 6 hours. Wait. So she had a book of dirt on each of the Congress members, and when they would ask a question, she wouldn't answer. Instead, she would just read off the list of dirt. That is crazy. And that there were 6 hours of that. I think there was an hour recess, though. But still, 5 hours of that is insane. Maybe I'll put it on in the background. Or I could, like, let me see. No, I want to give it my full attention. What was the craziest part? Like, what do you think the craziest dirt was? Music by Brian. So cooked. That's unfortunate. Okay, I lied. We are gonna listen to it. And if there's any crazy parts, we're gonna be here together.
We'll begin with opening statements. The chair is now recognized. 18 cities, 11 states, excuse me, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3.
Midas Touch did a compilation. Should I just watch the compilation? I do want to watch the whole thing, but it's really long. Like 6 hours. We're gonna be here until like 4 a.m.
Of the American people live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement. Now, what does that mean in practice? Let's look at Abraham.
Wait. I want to be able to put this up on the screen as well. You said I probably should watch the full thing. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. That's beyond all reason. Just kidding. Let's see. We'll put that there. We'll put this. I got this, y'all. I got this. Display capture. Yes, we need to call this the monitor. No, that was not what I meant to do. Sorry, y'all. I'm messing with the live scenes in real time. Yes, I want to remove that. I want to add a window capture. Call it window. I want to do that one. There we go. We're getting there. Oh my gosh. Okay. And then I want to properties. No. Filter. I got this. And then we're gonna cut off a lot of the top. Let's go like 100. No. Let's go like 200. No. Let's go like 220. Then let's go like 300. Like 400. Like 450. Okay, 460, and then we'll do like 900, like 730. And then we'll do like 50. Okay. There we go. That looks good. And then I could even make this a little smaller. Oh, I don't know. We're getting crazy. Now we're getting a little crazy. I don't know. Jamie Raskin also gave a really good opening statement that's worth listening to. Like here, Jamie Raskin inside of the Senate, or like inside of the House. Yeah, I'll just put this up here. There we go. And maybe I'll just spectate. I'll just keep spectating matches, but we're gonna listen.
Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country. 5 months later, February 26, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with assault. 2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft. Stole a car. And on March 20th, 2024, 9 days later, he's arrested by the Denver police and placed in the Denver Justice Center. 6 days later, March 22nd, 2024, ICE sends a detainer notice to the Denver Justice Center saying this: if you're going to release Mr. Gonzalez, can you give us a heads up? Can you let us know maybe 48 hours before you're going to release this guy so we can come apprehend him there at the jail? And remember, a detainer is a final order of removal from a court where this individual's committed some removable offense. But on February 28th, 2025, Abraham Gonzalez is released to the streets. In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Release, we got the form from the Denver Justice Center. What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was in the Denver Justice Center? We have that too. Violent to the staff, keep separate. So this guy was so bad, you had to keep him away from other inmates. He'd already assaulted some staff member. Denver released this guy to the streets and instead of turning him over to ICE agents who would have come to the jail and arrest him there. And of course, we all know what happens. When the officers did apprehend Mr. Gonzalez out on the street, he assaulted one of the officers. This is what happens when you have a sanctuary jurisdiction. Right now in Minnesota, there are 1,360 detainer notices for violent offenders. Governor Walz and others have released 470 criminal illegal aliens back to the streets. In New York State, it's 7,000. Nationwide, it's over 17,000 that we know of. Where a detainer was filed, since President Trump's been in office, over 17,000 times a detainer was filed, and those individuals were released to the streets instead of turned over to federal law enforcement. 17,864 times. Illegals who've been charged with a crime have been released to the streets, and thereby jeopardizing the safety of the public, the safety of law enforcement, and of course the migrant themselves. And frankly, helping create the environment that results in the tragic deaths like we saw with Miss Good and Mr. Preddy. A few years ago,
What?
Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said this in response.
Time out. Did he just say that it's okay? Wait, no. I think he's saying that like those people got killed because Walz didn't like collaborate and just give these people to ICE, or like Walz's state or whatever. I feel like that's like stretching it, but let's let him go.
He said
Let's
the
let him
divide in
go.
America today is normal versus crazy. And it's true. Because it's crazy not to have a border, which is what we had under the previous administration. It's crazy to abolish ICE, and it's crazy to release bad guys who are here illegally to the streets when with one phone call, federal law enforcement will come to the jail and pick them up. The mindset that says it's okay to release these guys is the same left-wing mindset that thinks it's okay to weaponize government against your political opponents. And that is exactly what we had in the previous Justice Department. The Biden-Harris Department of Justice called parents domestic terrorists. The Biden-Harris Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. The Biden-Harris DOJ targeted traditional Catholics. The Biden-Harris DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans, and the Biden-Harris Justice Department launched not one, but 2 investigations into President Trump, spending over $35 million to try to bring down their political opponent. To further this effort, they sought the phone records of over a dozen Republican members of Congress. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information.
Okay, I lied. I don't think I want to listen to this whole thing. I think I'm gonna watch highlights. Let's see. Jamie Raskin.
How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion, theoretically, from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
True.
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you
Okay,
don't, do
I'm
you?
going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're
The rules.
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have
No.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman,
Chase
I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd like my time
sentenced next
restored.
week in your district. In your district, and
Stop
you
the
don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
I belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this, because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes. And so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district. But that's not what we're here to do today. Okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule at this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
She didn't even answer. What the heck?
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he
Mr. Chairman,
was.
she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame
you.
on you.
I want to watch the highlights. I definitely want to watch Thomas Massey's. Thomas Massey, low-key the GOAT. I'm not gonna lie. He's a pretty good politician, all things considered. There we go. Sorry, I fixed the title. Let's watch the Thomas Massey.
Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production. They're emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact. Or, sorry, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name, and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here.
Release the Epstein files. Oh my goodness. What is up with this? Like, Pam Bondi? Un-American. Disgraceful.
Wexner is in this. Now, your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files. But he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking. Not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here, is the third exhibit that I have, is emblematic of the FD302 release. These are the documents that we need, that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction?
Okay, I lied. I am going to listen to all of them.
Another redaction. So
We're
we
gonna finish
can't
this.
see
We're
it.
gonna finish
And
this.
then there's some of these files you pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time
He
back?
was,
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my
Can I
time.
give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman,
Because
may I
have
give my
another
answer
question.
on that? It's
Here's
a political
the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer
Yeah,
on that.
we'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to
Chairman,
the
it's
next question.
my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question.
You can
Within
give me-
40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes
You
of me catching you red-handed.
there was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and
Okay.
we invited.
True. Oh my god. She's like, oh, but we came clean after you caught us. She's like, I promise we're not lying anymore. Isn't that like what is it called? It's like drip truth or something. Let me see. I think it's trickle truthing. I spelled truthing wrong. Oh, it's okay. Boom. That's what she's doing. She's trickle
Man,
truthing.
this guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to. You're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I'm
go
going
on.
to-
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules
Himself,
here.
there is no
Oh my
actual
goodness.
None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm
at
reclaiming
all
my
the
time.
last
I'm
4
glad you're
years?
asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because this
time
is
when you don't
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer the questions
This
the way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to
question
know
is.
at
Eric-
what point.
True. And I saw something earlier that said that like Pam Bondi, Florida AG, and it said she's from like 2011 to 2019. She was like the attorney general, so she's like the top lawyer of Florida. Who in Florida, I don't know if you know this, but Florida's like a little bit in like wrapped up in this too, because Mar-a-Lago's there, and like people would go from Florida to like Little St. James. So human trafficking ran out of Florida. That's your all-American state right there, right? Isn't that what they fight for, being like all-American, independent Florida?
At what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has
Which,
expired.
may she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
What? Oh my gosh. Okay. I think I need to watch this whole thing. I just need to watch the full Bondi films. Is this the full thing? Why is this one so much shorter? This one's only 3 hours. Oh, there's part 1, part 2. Let's just watch one with all of it at
And
the
we welcome
same
everyone to
thing.
today's hearing on oversight of the Department of Justice. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin with opening statements. The chair is now recognized. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3 of the American people, live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement. Now, what does that mean in practice? Let's look at Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country. 5 months later, February 26, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with assault. 2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft, stole a car. And on March 20th, 2024, 9 days later, he's arrested by the Denver police and placed in the Denver Justice Center. 6 days later, March 22nd, 2024, ICE sends a detainer notice to the Denver Justice Center saying this: if you're going to release Mr. Gonzalez, can you give us a heads up? Can you let us know maybe 48 hours before you're going to release this guy so we can come apprehend him there at the jail? And remember, a detainer is a final order of removal from a court where this individual's committed some removable offense. But on February 28th, 2025, Abraham Gonzalez is released to the streets. In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Release, we got the form from the Denver Justice Center. What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was in the Denver Justice Center? We have that when the officers since over to federal law enforcement. By jeopardizing the safety of the public environment, Governor Sarah crazy to release back and pick them up. Against your parents' domestic terror, the Biden Harris launched not one, but 2 investigations into President Trump, spending over 30 scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one of the pipe bombs who were tired of being a difference of law sent into a gun or say arrested targeting American investors under Attorney General Biden. Confidential human source. That's why, and because members would not has changed the branch of government collusion. University's Department under leadership, I think he's going to do a great work in the first.
Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney.
Thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Biden, the American people.
We already watched
That
this.
late
What the heck?
From families. President Christie flooded murder.
Oh, I lied. We didn't watch the full thing, I guess.
Scenes.
There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General
Come
Bondi.
here.
You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Dufresne, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General. Whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis, as Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family.
They're gonna be calling her Penal Pam, Bonded Out Bondi. They're gonna be calling her Bonded Out Bondi before too long. Penalized Pam.
But you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Dufresne and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents.
Oh, he came prepared. Look at that.
You shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist, and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell.
Ordering up pizza? Isn't that what got all of them in this issue in the first place?
The head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. The good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney of Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, He found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case.
What do you guys think? Is Pam Bondi a good lawyer? Is she a good lawyer for America? Or do we think she needs the booted Bondi?
Or just flee for the exits now. Your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions, and when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witness has answered any.
She's saying that, but we know it's not true. Right now is when I wish we could do that edit where it's like the style where they flash back and forth and you just see like the disaster in between frames of them like signing up for a thing. That's what I should edit that
Thank you.
on
The
this.
written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony.
I'm gonna make a notepad.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis.
Well,
these are 2 iconic American cities
supporting
that
those
spent years in the
citizens.
grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being...
You know, I heard they found the leader of Antifa. It was some white boy from Portland. He was the leader of Antifa, of the decentralized Antifa movement.
Shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now. Protecting America.
Oh my God, I getting shot down by our military. It was like the balloon, laser weapon, shoots down drone. Yeah, Yeah. Oh my gosh. And they're like fighting because they're I was reading something and the DoD was like, we did not say that was okay. And it was just Border Patrol taking liberations for themselves.
As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills
That's a lot of drugs. That's a lot of fentanyl.
and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic Frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address
How's it going,
the
me,
files,
Saber?
more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages.
Have you seen this? You're not a Bondi fan? Me neither. She does not seem like a very honest person.
Including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time
Have you seen this already?
frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately...
Did you watch the whole thing or just like clips of it? I was thinking about just doing highlights, but I feel like it's important to know what's going on, right? I don't know.
All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The Chair, we now proceed on the 5-minute rule. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law. I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article III judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration.
Wait, is it about more than just the Epstein files? I thought it was just about like the Epstein files, but it's like 4 hours or something.
Judges.
Like it's still really long.
Do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused, for better or worse, the release of millions of people with little pieces of paper saying, come back later when we call you, and often to no avail when you call. So I want to congratulate you on that because it's an accomplishment you might not take credit for, and the other side would never give you credit for. But I hope you can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have hurt other people, people who have victimized their communities, is extensive. And although the overall number,
I feel like she's not even a master at dodging the questions. She just like completely misdirects them. She like doesn't even, I don't know. She just ignores the question to answer with her own frame of reference.
may be going on because of places like my home state, California. You're unable to apprehend people that my sheriffs want apprehended. They desperately want to cooperate, and they're prohibited by law. It is this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to demand that participation, and that the release of a known criminal not be considered to be acceptable just because a state or city has declared itself a sanctuary. I want you to opine on just one thing that I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that, in fact, have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation of so few Article 3 judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that Article 1 judges, including bankruptcy judges, including immigration judges, including lots of people with the title appropriately judge, do in fact issue documents that look like, act like, and are normally accepted as warrants, as subpoenas, as demands for state officials to stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents. Because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing when in
Hey Neo, yeah, we're pretty early into it. I'm watching it at 2x speed, but so like it looks like we're further than we are. And I think I skipped the chairman
fact, in the
talking.
ordinary course, Madam General, you do in fact have Article 1 judges constantly putting those out,
Have you seen it already?
and they are respected normally.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting.
I should become a lawyer with the DOJ. I'm not qualified, but you know, she said she's always looking. So I'm doing very good, Neo. I'm glad you're here to watch it with us. You know, I didn't get started till late anyway. I was playing some Beyond All Reason, but now we can sit back and watch about 2 hours on doubled speed of hearings. Yay. So exciting. I love politics.
That, Congressman.
Thank you. Yield back. Yields back to the gentlelady from Washington, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second,
This stuff is so gross. I honestly, I also can't believe that these people run the country. The vampire cabal, the freaking vampire pedophile cabal is crazy. Why am I watching it at two times speed? Because it's really long. I guess I could do it a little slower if you'd like me to, but we could do like 1.75 or 1.5. And yeah, nobody is going to be convicted. I hope they do. You know, I want to have faith in the American judicial system. I want to have faith in the government will self-correct. But I'm very doubtful. But we'll just see what happens. You know, personally, I don't even think we're going to have real elections this year. But other people disagree, and they think President Trump would never do anything to harm our great, free, and open elections here in the great states. So we'll see, right?
the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors.
True. These files really were not good. Like so many of the perpetrators, their names were redacted, and then so many victims got leaked, right? Like this is disgusting coming from the government, especially.
In the room.
And yeah, you say Alex Jones was right. It's unfortunate that he switched sides now, right? Like Alex Jones used to be super based, and now he's also bought by the deep state. Like, what the heck? What the heck, bro? I thought you were cool.
If you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, You apologize to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Twice.
Bondi,
Can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a
Attorney General,
specific
yes, sir.
question
Attorney
that
General,
I would
response to
like
the
you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness get to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General
That's not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't
It is
like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I'm
Twice.
reclaiming
He
my
sat in
time, and
chair.
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman is
I'm
reclaiming
not going to
time.
get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentle lady. The gentle lady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
What
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Chairman,
question.
will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not
interrupted.
getting in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time.
doing
Let
theatrics.
me have my
The gentle lady from Washington controls the time. The gentle lady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final 17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Elaine Maxwell and transferred her to a
Pam Bondi, she needs to be bonded Bondi, right? Like bail, like she needs to be arrested. And then Cash Patel, he needs to fork up some cash to get out of the prison. Okay, I don't have a cool rhyme for him, but it's there. I'm sure it's there. We just have to find it as a collective.
minimum security prison. And now you continue
The
the
time of the
cover-up.
gentle
And
lady
I
has
wish
expired.
that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level
Chair
apologize
now
to
recognizes the
them
gentle
on what you have done.
Time is the gentle lady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentle lady, you have no time to yield back. We
Theatrics.
appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, presidential election.
Okay, he kind of ate with that. He was like, "But you don't have any time to give back." But we appreciate the sentiment, I guess. Like, okay, that was sassy. That's how you know all these Republicans are just like DL guys. Like that was some homosexual sass.
Was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's Asset Forfeiture Fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, I appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume?
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic Frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you brought up Arctic frost because Section 702 was used in the Arctic frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say if any member...
What is Arctic frost? Codename for a 2022 FBI investigation initiated to examine alleged false elector schemes following the 2020 U.S. presidential election. which later formed the basis for special counsel Jack Smith's case against Donald Trump. I see, I see.
Of the Democrat Party. If any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be
No, she would not. Oh my goodness.
jumping up and down, screaming.
Haven't multiple Democratic, like, Congress people been killed? Or, like, in, like, terrorist attacks? Like, didn't one of them have their house get blown up? And then, like, multiple of them have been shot in their homes? Or, like, their spouses have been shot? Like, she's lying. I think she's lying. They do not care.
Supporting you and what you want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. You know, I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure I'll fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this. How many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic Frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community. And particularly, we really need to know, what were the legal standards applied? Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation regarding Arctic Frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of 702, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026, and it says it was because of an impasse with the DoD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides,
That's not a point of order.
that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse.
What do you guys think about that stuff with the, like, drone and the mix-up between the DoD and the Border Patrol people with, like, the light laser thing? Kind of crazy. Kind of scary that there's so much going on and, like, special operations that Border Patrol is doing, even despite, like, or, like, even despite pre-existing relationships with other U.S. forces. I don't know.
Who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way,
deliberate and malicious. Final answer.
it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ
Completely unacceptable. Also malicious. Unacceptable. Final answer.
to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury. Fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there was a great case he wrote to you about, Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times. Over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you are going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, You showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer
theatrics
the
are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time
You're
belongs to
claiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very
Reclaiming
interesting.
my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
You can
When he
reclaim your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they indicted him
Mr.
twice.
Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock and
did.
stop the
he
clock and
indicted-
restore his time.
Okay, here we go.
Committee will be in order.
Theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she
Right.
gets to
The
answer.
question was how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So
my-
he asked a
reclaiming my
4-minute
time.
question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I
Mr.
am
Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you
You
started.
don't tell me
No, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
Mr.
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All
Reclaiming
right.
my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None
has
of the perpetrators
expired.
were brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
Trump's
expired,
efforts.
and
It's
obviously
clear that under your leadership, the Department of Justice
there was
no longer
no
works for
question in
American
there.
people. It works
Order
for Donald
respond to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. Over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice, and you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last...
The most transparent one ever. Wasn't there one that, like, talked about aliens or something? I might be misremembering. Maybe it's just a conspiracy theory about, I think, Eisenhower. But I don't know. Is Trump really the most open and honest president ever that we've ever had?
4 years.
Even more honest than Honest Abe. He even got a nickname about it. Honest Abe. Back in the day, they really liked that guy. Even today, they still kind of like that guy. More or less. I guess it's a culture war issue.
One word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000.
Oh my God.
And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does the Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to
No, Neo. No, don't even troll, please.
the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done.
How would they verify that? How would they know if somebody illegally crossed, if they did it successfully and, like, secretly? I feel like that's, like, a confirmation bias thing. Pam Bondi definitely needs to think about these kinds of things.
and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show, and I'm sorry that you have to go through that, and I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, even 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warranting further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar, there were 3 million pages, of course, with that email, but of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million, the redacted versions, we should...
He's been very open about what he's going to do. They sent Venezuela oil to Israel. Yeah, I saw something about that. I was reading something, and it was just, I think it was Twitter, so, like, who knows how much it is really worth, but they were saying, like, he's doing all of these things and, like, organizing deals with extra judicial, extra political forces, like the Venezuelan oil money, right? Like he's building up this force of military-ish people, not military, but like militarized people. And then he also is like getting outside sources of money to be able to pay them independently from like the government. And I don't know. Things are shaping. Things are taking shape here in America. Definitely get organized and find your tribe.
I'm open for all of you to come view. I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
But can I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
But you didn't give a yes or no answer, so let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that's proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there's none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a...
Talk about a glazer. Oh my god. They keep talking about President Trump, the #1 president in the entire world. He definitely is not on the files. Oh my god. Stop talking about my daddy. Oh my god. That's literally Pam Bondi. Like, this is insane.
Circus. This is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? And nor...
Well, Mr. Chairman, regular order.
She's got the black book. She's got the freaking burn book. Oh my god.
She posted nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
And yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in order.
There was no question
Shame
asked
on
of the
you.
Attorney General. She doesn't just get to...
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks...
Not a valid point of order. You got to state...
He hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule.
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
What rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and instead is attacking
That is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand. That's just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your
Where's my boy? Where's my boy, Mr. Massey?
side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open, they should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin?
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division, is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that. It was the Vice President's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people, and we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here why.
Frog? What the?
Why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud.
What about gecko? A lizard? The lizard cat?
It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established. When Colin is confirmed, he's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state, in this country. We will continue to fight for the American people.
So you would encourage every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota.
It's all these freaking it's all these freaking gay frogs all across America. It's the frog division. They're gonna handle it. They're gonna handle all the hermaphroditic frogs. It's all that atrazine. You know. If you're a longtime viewer, you know about the atrazine.
What we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it, but the Attorney General not recognizing you. That's an embarrassment. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he's against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis, and I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force. And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined, and if you want to do something different, join ICE and you'll get a $50,000 bonus and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with.
But it's fake. You're not gonna get paid. Well, I don't know. Maybe you will, but I don't think you are. I think, isn't there like the ICE Reddit that got leaked and they're all like, oh, we're not getting paid. Like, I'm not even getting my bonus. What the heck?
Pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines of local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities. And you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE, and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
You get him, Mr.
Congressman, I've
Cohen.
not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who are in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs, but 600 gang members were taken off.
My time, I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about the children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Pretty, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Pretty. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, federal official or not.
Kristi Noem executed her dog? What? No, I meant to click it. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that, Akumar. This is crazy.
Civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional
She just got the dog got completely caned by Kristi Noem. That's actually insane.
Hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you.
Who shoots and kills a puppy? It's like, I think I read it was 14 months old. Like, no, yeah. Why would you kill a 14-month-old puppy? Why would you not just give it to somebody else? That's actually
Right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion, freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah,
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot, and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this on? He said this on camera. Is that right?
Yes, Chairman,
Yeah.
and more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do. Last Congress, when we deposed him, he definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the committee, the Congress, I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said, when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, like to know if Mr. Brennan's going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman,
Weaponization has ended.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
Except for Trump. Trump is above the law. Anybody else, not above the law. Pam Bondi. That was a quote. Direct quote. Paraphrase quote.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents that have been released. If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked a question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
From multiple
Bondi, would you agree?
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years.
18 years. 18 years. And on her 18th birthday, found out it wasn't his.
The question doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases when I was prosecuting.
Bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. General, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You are a seasoned and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
He wants a
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants the same answer.
Yes or no answer, but I'll live with what you have already said. Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in the prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
protection of
all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you explain
it means
that?
you're nice to the Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies coming forward?
Which was it? The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump.
Why does this guy look like Hank from Breaking Bad? Detective Schrader? Detective Schrader? Why are you talking to Pam Bondi?
Securing our border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who, just a few years ago, were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
What's Obama doing?
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
While we need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
So, Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
I love her
Congressman,
nails.
President Trump has worked
The one
tirelessly,
that's like right
as you
here.
know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico, the fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico, and in Mexico, they were mixed and
Mexico.
taken right
Why did she
into
say
our
it like
country,
that?
along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did, and that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers, because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration, working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it, because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me.
True. How could she forget the Venezuela drugs? That's like the most important part.
That I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosure orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is expired. The gentleman can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who are illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ's changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ's not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Great, thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director,
We have released every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
You can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the President. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper, and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the President's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The President's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top along with Adam Schiff.
McCarthy.
During that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would.
Is this just McCarthyism round 2? Is there another Red Scare in Congress?
Recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies, but what I want to talk to you next is serious. I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self. Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, no, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you. The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible. And my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe One has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened, and I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. Yield back. Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said. And I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. You might see me when I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets, not a word. Nothing was said when they were in control. Nothing was mentioned basically the last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset, they're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is, and there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them. And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary and Department of Justice is going after Democrats. But they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James to go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans. So, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself. Be careful of what you say, because you got a history, and it's easy to go over it. I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24. Over 10 million. That's probably a much bigger number. I'm being conservative. We were told that people weren't dangerous, but they were, General. They were dangerous, many of them. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals came across, as we saw consequences where mothers and fathers, children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked, all from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country. 73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful offenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are.
Is it messy on my side, or is it messy on the recording side?
Cleaning this up now. We're finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
Yes, and given the cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Thank you. Would you agree that creates serious individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States? We knew. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now.
Discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Thank you. Will you agree that, and thank you for doing that, would you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States, we knew this back then, they knew it. Would you agree that creates serious risk to our public safety? I know the answers, but let's just say them clearly.
Yes.
Would you agree that when dangerous individuals are released instead of detained, and they were released over and over and over again, and these are the real issues, this is really what America cares about. They want their children and their families to be safe. Do you think if you release them instead of detaining them, that crimes will happen because of that?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that, I'm sorry.
And it did.
And it did, thank you. Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, and I'm gonna ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps remove violent offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have the need for crowd control? By the way, they're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car, if you can answer the question, thank you.
You may answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us. And yes, we're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe, whether or not these Democrat-controlled sanctuary cities do or don't.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection, admitted. Now I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Is she just over there on Twitter or something? She keeps like chiming in with like breaking news.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you're
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and stepped before
I agree with you.
twice.
Claim that time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that?
Trump. I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting?
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has.
She got. You can see it in her face. She doesn't know what to say. She's like,
There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one who asked that those files
claim my time.
be
I got
released.
your answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please
for
stop the clock.
to sign the legislation. This is
Time
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath. And
don't you ever accuse me of a crime. Then don't commit them. Ah!
You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one
I did not ask a question.
He doesn't want to talk about the horrific crime in California. He does not want to talk about crime in his state.
I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General.
Attorney General, would you like
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens onto its street. The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous drug offenses, 379 weapons offenses, and 234 sexual predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files. That's currently happening in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I want to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of three, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that many parents in the country share similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work in this space over the past few months?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. We're talking about the vapes. And this should be an issue where both sides of the aisle can work together on. Parents need to understand, children need to understand that so many of these are being manufactured in China, sent to our country, and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs. We've seen an overdose. We need to get on the front end of this before we have another crisis and children are dying. I partnered with Secretary Kennedy, of course, at HHS on this matter, but thank you for bringing it up. You know, they're selling these things as flavored vapes illegally in many stores around the country. Secretary Kennedy and I actually we went and did something on this, and it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so,
you know, I'm happy to report in the great state of Texas, there are no more fake vapes in our smoke shops. They've taken them all out, and it's illegal here. So I don't know if that's an overall net good for freedom of action, but it is good for lung health, I guess.
it didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing.
So shout out to RFK and Pam Bondi for that. if that's what they were
to
doing.
work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state, and not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child, I wish I could think of the state it was.
I don't think they're laced with THC. I think the point is that most of them are THC.
But we have already had someone overdose, and we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this, and I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids. How many school kids do you see now vaping? And it's not only, I believe a vape has 20 cigarettes, but you know, that's one vape is 20 cigarettes, I believe it is, but also what they could be laced with, because so many of them, the majority of them, are manufactured in China.
Sure, and if you need additional resources, please let us know as you're going through the process. And I'm going to change gears one more time on you. Under the Biden administration, there was a lot of confusion created when parts of the DOJ began treating software developers like financial institutions. Even when they did not hold or control anyone's money, they were simply building the technology. That uncertainty made it harder for Americans to build, innovate here at home. Earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memo entitled Ending Regulations by Prosecution, a clear break from the Biden administration's approach. And I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction. But can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds, we don't want to treat it as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters. So.
Yes, and we're doing everything we can to protect the American people on that, and I would refer everyone to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's memo, and we're working as hard as we can on that topic.
We want to lead the way in the space on that, so we appreciate the help. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back 10 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize Gentleman for Arizona for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
No objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
No objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
No objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
No objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
No objection.
Hakeem Jeffries.
What is this like UC thing that they keep doing? What is UC during House hearing? The first unanimous consent request. Oh, so it just lets them like put stuff on the official record, and it gives people an opportunity to object. I see. Okay.
Solicited funding from Epstein in 2013 after financier was convicted child sex offender.
Objection.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to dim fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
Objection.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries fundraising. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark.
Objection.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California.
Says he was replaced? Like, he was, you know, I've seen some conspiracies that we've had a robot Biden walking around. We can call him a Ro Biden.
California's recognized. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. And a lot of times the victims don't think anything's going to come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls, who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give you the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online. We're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward though to working with you on that and on cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of
Madam, if I can reclaim my time, I only have a
behind
minute.
me.
I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted. those Epstein files to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
Yeah, down with the pedophile cabal.
So if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very low, but there are
victims are
always
right behind you. You've got to convince them that we're doing a good job
everything we can to help
protecting
the
them.
victims. We will
Thank
do
you,
everything
Mr.
we can.
Chair. I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kylie, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, I know that you are not involved directly in immigration operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions. So let's say we have someone who's here illegally who has committed a crime that, like the thousands of people you mentioned in California, murderers, sexual predators, drug traffickers. If that individual is in detention in a jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do, how does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe there a lot of local law enforcement did want to cooperate, but we are doing everything in our power to arrest and deport illegal criminal aliens, and that is not going to stop under Donald Trump's administration. You know, why sanctuary cities are so dangerous, what we've seen in Minneapolis. Where do all the criminals go? The gangs, TDA, MS-13. Where are they going to go? They're going to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction because they believe they're protected, and that's not fair to the citizens of those cities.
Yeah, and this is a point that there at least used to be a lot of consensus on. The idea that, you know, it's better to do a handoff to the immigration authorities in a custodial setting rather than releasing them where they have to be apprehended in the community. This is Alejandro Mayorkas when he was before this committee, not exactly a paragon of border security, but he said, I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community when that individual can be released to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for prompt removal. Now, his words are one thing, his actions are another. But when you have jurisdictions across the country, including my state of California, doing systematically precisely the thing that even Alejandro Mayorkas said threatens public safety, I mean, what does that say to you?
It's a danger to the citizens of your community, and thank you for fighting to protect them.
Absolutely. And you know, we're having this conversation right now in relation to Homeland Security funding. And I believe there are some common sense reforms that have been proposed that folks on both sides would agree make sense. But those reforms have to go hand in hand with reforming this reckless practice of refusing to cooperate, refusing to honor detainers, and declaring oneself to be a sanctuary. So I'm hoping that we can find bipartisan support for what has long been a bipartisan principle. I want to go to a second topic, which is the school board memo, which I know that you have rescinded. And it was initially promulgated by Attorney General Garland when he came into office with President Biden, essentially opening an investigation into parents who were showing up at school board meetings and expressing their views on COVID policies, masks, various other issues, and using the full apparatus of federal law enforcement and counterterrorism to go after these parents. Now, he said this was because there was an increase of threats, but when even his own FBI director, Christopher Wray, was before this committee, he said there was no evidence of an increase in threats. Yet nevertheless, when I asked him if he regretted the memo, Attorney General Garland said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo. Now, I take it you disagree with that, having now rescinded it?
Absolutely. That was one of the main focuses of President Trump and this administration. We will protect parents at school boards. We will protect children in schools. We will protect parents' rights for their children's education in our school system in this country. We will protect Christians. We will protect everyone who wants to freely protest. If Christians want to protest in front of an abortion clinic without being arrested, they will do so.
Thank you very much. And finally, I thank you for your efforts to step up the detection and rooting out of fraud. My home state is California. Any idea if there might be any fraud going on in California?
Well, we are establishing, as you have heard, a fraud unit, and I'm sorry you're having to deal with that in your state, but cavalry's coming. And we have Colin McDonald, who is hopefully will be confirmed soon. We're working on Minneapolis. I don't know if you're...
They've got Ronald McDonald on the team. What the... Speaking of Ronald McDonald, I want to listen to a song by one Mr. Tom McDonald. He just released a new song called Pray for the Left. So good. So yummy. Let's listen to it really quickly.
They always said that Charlie Kirk was a Nazi, then they celebrated after they killed him.
They did. They kind of celebrated pretty hard. You know, I mean, you know, the video got shared a bunch. That was kind of a ritual kind of ceremony, you know? Kind of satanic if you really think about it.
They tried to tell us that Black Lives Matter and that white people have always been villains.
Black lives do matter, but all lives also matter.
They burning flags in the streets and they scream at police, taking illegals to prison. They got rainbows on their bedroom walls, and they swear to God that men can be women. They're scrolling through their TikToks to get the news. They heard that Trump's a...
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I love Tom McDonald's music. Okay, most of you don't know this, but I'm actually one of the largest Tom McDonald fans on the internet, or at least on YouTube. I listen to his music more than anybody else that I know. Most people don't even think he's a good musician, but I personally, something about his music, it just like resonates. Now, content-wise, I'm not sure I always agree with what he says, but I love his musical ability. So let's
They're scrolling through their TikToks to get the news. They heard that Trump's a
I mean, you know, everybody uses social media for their news gathering. Most people might use things like TikTok or Facebook or Twitter or things like that. Neo, I'm not being sarcastic. I am actually one of the largest Tom McDonald supporters. Let me find a picture. I have a picture. I screenshotted it. I'm like I'm like the top 1% of listeners. It says you are officially a top listener to Tom McDonald. Anyways, so that was in August of last year, but we'll keep listening. We'll keep listening.
fascist. They swear it's true.
Wait, what happened?
They heard that Trump's a fascist. They swear it's true. They said fire
I mean, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck.
Minnesota. We smell the fumes. They say that guns are dangerous. Guess they're the proof.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people, right?
They'll shoot that red hat off your head. Then make a meme of your last breath. Cause you're not like them, so they want you dead. But we'll still pray for the left.
Yeah, okay. I feel like everybody kind of memes about their political opponents, right? And I don't think that's a good thing to do. But I think we should pray for both sides of the political spectrum, given the fact that I've seen a lot of Alex Preddy memes. I've seen a lot of Miss Good memes. I've seen a lot of memes about somebody like a George Floyd. So I think it's a little bit of both sides here, right? We need alternative positions that aren't uniparty based. If you don't mind, can you look up El Patron on YouTube? What is that?
Say that they're hurt by things we said. They say we deserve it when we're dead. When we're shot in the neck with our last breath. We'll still pray for the left. Praying for the left. They keep saying that ICE are the Nazis, so they're buying guns and tracking positions.
I mean, I don't think they're saying they are the Nazis. I think they're saying they are a militarized police force being utilized against the citizens of America and the non-citizens of America. It's something that is not so family friendly. I'm not going to look it up at the moment. Thank you for the offer though. But I don't think they're saying ICE is literally the Nazis. They are saying ICE is the black shirts, but the black shirts were not the Nazis. They're just like the military wing of it. So just a little bit of a distinction, I think.
Go tell the parents of the buying guns and tracking positions. Go tell the parents of the kids who were killed. Illegal immigrants are really the victims.
Did you know most violence actually happens from American citizens as compared to illegal immigrants or like illegal people in our country? So I don't know what he's talking about here.
They say America ain't safe if you're black or trans or gay. I think it's way more dangerous to be a Christian.
That's crazy. That was crazy. I don't think it's particularly dangerous. And this statement might catch me a little bit of flack from my audience, from the left, from anybody, I guess. But I don't think it is particularly dangerous to live in America. I think the media environment makes it feel very dangerous to exist and live all the time. But most people are just like doing their thing, right? Like most people are not trying to be all crazy, do any kinds of major violence. Although violence is low-key on the rise all across the political spectrums. You know, the Well, he's Canadian, so he's gonna get things wrong. True. This is my favorite non-American American. But you know, in one of his songs, he says he does pay taxes for the military and he lives in America, so he's proud to be here. Anyways.
Y'all started acting different back when Anthony Fauci made you keep the ones you love at a distance. They're scrolling through their TikToks and Tifa clips. They say that Trump is Hitler. They're mad they missed. They think that how they feel is how it is, and conservative.
You know, oh my god, this song is so good. I'm not gonna lie, but
Tifa clips. They say that Trump is Hitler. They're mad they missed. They think
I don't think they say Trump is Hitler either. I feel like people don't really compare him to Hitler. They just say like he's a fascist, right? Like modern conditions necessitate modern syntheses. They don't just imitate the results of the past. So I definitely agree with Tom McDonald that some people on the left, they're a little bit too stuck in the past and they're not trying to build a better future. They're just trying to like mourn in the miseries of the past.
feel is how it is, and conservatives are evil. We shouldn't live. They'll shoot that red hat off your head, then make a meme of your last breath. Cause you're not like them, so they want you dead, but we'll still pray for the left.
This is literally so not true, but I don't think most people are trying to shoot you if you're wearing a red hat, right? I think it's you're being a little bit like rage baity if you're wearing a red hat in most places, especially given the fact that like homeboy is Mr. Vampire Cabal, pedophile cabal, head guy. Like I'm not saying he's the number one guy, but oh my god, excuse me. I do not know what happened. I hope I muted. I tried to mute. If I didn't, I'm so sorry. He's literally the head guy though. So like I don't know if it was his trafficking ring that he was involved with Epstein, but I feel like he just ran his own trafficking ring out of Mar-a-Lago, right? Isn't that what people are saying? Isn't that what the sources are saying?
They'll say that they're hurt by things we said. They say we deserve it when we're dead. When we're shot in the neck with our last breath, we'll still pray for the left. Scratching swastikas and Teslas ain't gonna change a thing. You can burn our cities down, but we'll just make them great again. Oh, they hate us cause they say that we are full of hate. They wanna kill all the police trying to keep them safe. They'll shoot that badge of yours right off your chest.
This is fear mongering. What the heck? Oh my goodness. They're not gonna do any of this. Most of them are just like showing up to events armed in order to protect themselves from the militarized police force. I thought we supported the Second Amendment, and then when we use the Second Amendment, people are like, "Oh my God, you're just being evil." No, this is literally the point. This is the point. I thought we were supposed to like freedom of speech and freedom of bearing arms and things of this nature.
They want a civil war. Pray for the left. They'll shoot that red hat off your head, then make a meme of your last breath. Cause you're not like them, so they.
I think I think the true left doesn't want a civil war. I think a lot of them just kind of see it as an inevitable, like something that's going to come regardless of whether we want it or not. And it's more about like building preparedness for surviving the civil war and like not dying. Because I know a lot of the right wingers are extremely organized, because a lot of these guys are like survivalists or like outside people. Like there's a lot of people that I follow online or like I interact with through like information engagement, right? And like these people are organized. These people are prepared. And I personally think the left is getting prepared, but like they are not nearly as organized or ready or like on edge as most of you are pretending like they are. And most of you being people like Tom McDonald that are trying to like do this like pedestalization of like we're doing the right thing and you aren't conforming with us, so you're literally trying to start a war. Like, I thought we had freedom of speech, boy. And that's why I love your music. I just think like factually it's incorrect most of the time. I love your music. When you talk about your own personal life, so good. When you talk about the political state of the world, not as good. But I would love to interview you and Nova Rockefeller. I reached out to you guys on Twitter. If you're watching this, you should hit me back.
Want you dead, but we'll still pray for the left. They'll say that they're hurt by things we said, and say we deserve it when we're dead. When we're shot in the neck with our last breath, we'll still pray for the left, pray for the left.
So, such a good song. Okay, Hangover Gang. This was Tom McDonald. Thank you for watching. Okay, let's go back to the bondi. Let's go back.
You were sitting here when I said that, but California was right up there. I'm sorry to say for both sides of the aisle that California is right up there with fraud. It's out of control, but we are coming to your rescue. Donald Trump is coming to the rescue.
Well, thank you very much. And unfortunately, I think you'll find that what's happening in California pales in comparison to what's been going on in Minnesota. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Actually, I think the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I'm here. On September 25th, President Trump signed a memorandum known as NSPM 7, purporting to address domestic terrorism. But Americans across the political spectrum were immediately alarmed by the memo's blurring of the line between unlawful conduct and constitutionally protected speech and activity, as well as its call to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups that the president and Stephen Miller described without evidence as, quote, an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. Now, counterterrorism experts were further alarmed by the administration's singular focus on left-wing extremism, combined with the sudden deletion from the DOJ website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs, as well as, quote, hostility to so-called traditional American views on family, religion, and morality, end quote. President Trump has repeatedly and openly, however falsely, tried to brand his political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know, as a lawyer, holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you that's a yes or no question. Did you
Well, I'm
prepare
not
the
going to
list?
answer yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about
I'm
that.
reclaiming
And on
my time.
February
I
5th,
asked you
2025,
whether you
an
prepared
Antifa member
a
was
list.
arrested in Minneapolis
I'm
federal court
reclaiming
for
my
cycle
time.
stalking.
Did you?
Yeah, remember they found the king of Antifa. It was some white boy from Portland. Come on, y'all, keep up. Oh my goodness.
Ask a question and don't want an answer.
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Gentleman can proceed.
Okay, so will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I remind you that when the U.S. government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the
She said, no, you.
American people have every right to have answered. But if you were to prepare to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this this administration as well.
You were right.
I yield back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on one of our members.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production. They're emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right
Yay, it's my boy, Mr. Massey. Let's go.
is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact. A list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name, and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victim's survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, we don't redact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files. But he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here, the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need, that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times. Yeah,
I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
Mr. Chairman, how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer
question.
on that?
Here's
It's a political
the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
Let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to the next question.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out of
He's
over
listed as a
4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to. You're a failed politician. You need to go on stage now.
Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
What a redirector. She literally doesn't answer a single question. She just dodges them. Oh my gosh. She knows when she's been caught, and then she's like a toddler. She's like trying to force an answer out of a toddler that doesn't want to talk about something. Like, oh my goodness.
Because this is bigger than Watergate. This goes over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know, at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deepfake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
You didn't answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering, the gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond. She wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right, this is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter, so I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1.
This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked, and they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn, but he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president's made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
Yes, that is wrong. That's the taxpayer money. He should not be gutting our government. That's crazy.
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion, theoretically, from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with... You don't.
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
With him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time...
I don't want to answer. You have TDS. I'm Pam Bondi. I hate everybody. I hate justice. I hate freedom. I think you should all go to jail. You have TDS.
He sent it next week in your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question, and you answer it, and if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics, or you start talking about stuff going on in our district, and by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today, okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule of this point. Now, here's what I want to ask.
This is an awful look for her. This is literally like, I don't understand how she thought this was a good idea. She should have just pled the fifth on every single question, and it would have looked better than this.
You're law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job.
I think I saw that other countries got the unredacted files. Like, they just got to see everything. So they're probably like thinking, what the hell is going on over there? Why are these guys? Why are they all fighting over this? Like, they're seeing. I don't know. Maybe Tom McDonald is thinking about what the Europeans are thinking, not what the Americans are thinking.
Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
John Lee can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman. Oh my God, she literally ignored it and went back to this Chase Mulligan guy. Oh my God.
You know what? If you were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
She's embarrassing you.
This
is
your
committee, and she is embarrassing
you. On you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, thank you for being here, and I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support and what that would do to criminal activity involving illegal immigrants in Virginia?
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living in Virginia, in a suburb, among all of us, living not even probably half an hour away from where we are now. And the cooperation previously with the governor, with the members the members of the state of Virginia helped catch him and take him off our streets. An illegal MS-13, one of the heads for the entire country, was living in Virginia. And it's a shame that that's happening now. And thank you for talking about it, because we're going to keep America safe. And when people feel like they can flee to these cities and states and be safe, they can't, because Donald Trump is going to protect Americans. We're going to protect the citizens there, whether or not the governors, the mayors are going to do it or not. But President Trump is. We're going to keep Americans safe from violent gang members like he's been doing this last year.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your work to make that happen in Virginia and keep Virginia safe. I want to move on to the Fraud Enforcement Division that you've established. My understanding is that this initiative is intended to centralize, coordinate enforcement of fraud laws related to government programs. You've talked about Minnesota. You've talked about California. Would this affect Virginia as well? Because we have fraud in Virginia as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to working with you.
Would this affect things like long-term care accountability, senior living facilities engaged in Medicaid fraud, including systemic overbilling practices and misappropriation of taxpayer-funded benefits?
That is exactly what it's set up to help.
Okay. I know that whether it was related to fraud specifically or another subject, that under the Biden administration, there was a sitting member of the Virginia General Assembly under investigation. Is that investigation still ongoing? Can you speak to that?
I can't discuss that.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans. Last year, President Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law, which included the Hearing Protection Act, part of it that was sponsored by myself and Congressman Clyde. It reduced the national firearms tax, $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms, to zero. And while the tax has been eliminated, the NFA's registration and paperwork requirements were made in effect. And your DOJ has said that that would, even though the tax was reduced to zero, that the registration requirement is still somehow necessary, even though with regard to Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, when that mandate was, when that tax penalty was reduced to zero, you decided that the mandate was no longer necessary. How are you justifying the?
I bet they moved the El Chapo family to Virginia in order to be able to kick him out and be like, look at what we did. We're doing so much good work, y'all.
Existence of this registry?
Congressman, that's pending litigation right now.
It is, and I hope
Yes,
you would
and I can't
reconsider that. I yield back.
Don't yield?
I yield to the chairman.
I think Attorney General Bondi, why did Jack Smith have to pay some secret source $20,000 of taxpayer money? Do you know the answer to that?
I can't discuss anything on that matter, but that's a good question, Chairman Jordan.
Well, it's a good question because he subpoenaed just about every Republican in this town, got half the Congress's phone numbers if you were a Republican. He has to pay some secret source a bunch of taxpayer money. We'd like to know, the committee would like to know how many other sources he paid. Was it more than $20,000? Why he had to do those? We'd like to know when you can, if you can get that information to the committee. I think when you think about the guy who's trying to put the President of the United States in prison, ridiculous as that whole thing was, we kind of like to know the answer to that if you could. And with that, we're going to stand in recess. We will go as quickly as we can and vote. We have 2 quick votes on the floor. We'll be back. There's actually some lunch if you all need it. We have for our members, and since you're back here, you can have some. We normally have plenty.
Mr. Chairman,
we'll take a recess.
Before you get out, can I ask for unanimous consent to enter to a record article entitled Inside Trump's DOJ dated October 16, 2020?
Without objection, we stand in recess.
All right, that's part 1. Oh, they moved them there to protect them from other cartels? Was that like a recent thing? I feel like I saw something about like cartel members' families getting moved into the US or like coming to the US to like collaborate in the things. Thanks, Valiant.
Sure.
Have you already seen all the oversight hearings? Or are you watching for the first time?
And the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here. Attorney General Bondi, 6 days ago, you posted online, quote, "If you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you," end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
Hey, you guys are discussing. For law enforcement, you're discussing. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it. You should take some pension, right? Pension. You're retirement, right? That's what you're like. You're retirement. I think they're not even going to get a pension.
This is January 6th, isn't it? Yeah, it's Jan 6th.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling "kill him" at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of
Yes,
Justice.
He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling "kill him" at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling "kill him" at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the Public Integrity Section of the DOJ's Criminal Division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Attorney
reclaim.
Mr. Negus, OP indeed. I feel like he's like a spear, stabbing her over and over.
Your time.
Madam Attorney General,
Because I don't like
Mr. Chairman, explain witness that he does reclaim his time.
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me
work?
a question, but you don't
How many
want to
people
answer.
work
I'm
for the
not
National
answering questions
Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team? You want to answer how many?
I'll answer PIN. PIN will not be
You know what?
weaponized.
Actually, you know what?
What's funny about this?
I'll say the chairman.
What's funny about
Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why you
there
don't want to talk
anymore.
about Mohammed
Madam
Salman in
Attorney
your
General.
district.
In any event,
who murdered
Mr.
people.
Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
Because
to answer your questions.
what's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in your
I've asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks,
Is it too fast? I can slow it down a little. I can slow it down.
how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back to balance my time.
Yeah, I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time you talked about PIN, that happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has
this.
expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Why did he ask a question back if he wasn't going to let the senator answer?
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers. At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy-producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids. Vermont has enacted such a law, and another has recently gone into effect in New York. Similar laws are under consideration in a number of other states. Clearly, this problem is spreading. Would you agree that Congress has not authorized states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes.
And would you also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
Absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado has also filed such a lawsuit, despite refusing my challenge that they actually forego the use of fossil fuels if they disagree with them so much. Does the Department of Justice agree that these novel approaches require a federal response, and will the department pursue such an approach?
Yes, Congresswoman, and we'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. Multiple climate lawsuits are now advancing toward trial, even in states that rely on those energy forms to provide heat and electricity for their citizens. In fact, in any community, they all rely upon fossil fuels in some fashion. Is the department actively considering intervention to protect federal supremacy over interstate emissions and energy policy?
Yes, we'd be happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And clearly, this is an area in which Congress has a role to play. To that end, I'm working with my colleagues in both the House and Senate to craft legislation tackling both these state laws and the lawsuits that could destroy energy affordability for consumers. To that end, are there any authorities or tools that DOJ and the administration don't currently have at their disposal that would be helpful in that effort that Congress could adopt?
Well, we work with multiple agencies throughout the administration, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate your effort in this regard.
And may I have 20 seconds of your time before to address something?
Yes.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Negus, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet, on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado.
I hate how she just has a binder full of like dirt on each of these people, and she doesn't even respond to their question. She just turns it around and she's like, well, in your jurisdiction, XYZ is happening. Like, two wrongs don't make a right, Miss Bondi. Miss Bottom Bonded Bondi.
Where an 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body and eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired, the gentlelady goes back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal.
She was a Holocaust survivor.
She was. 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her.
Wait, she's 82. Okay. She could be 82, I guess. Because 82 years ago was 1945. So she would have been like a baby in the Holocaust. Or maybe like a pregnancy that happened during the Holocaust.
Her body and eventually.
You know what's crazy? We're getting to the point where like there's not going to be more Holocaust survivors. Like that position within these kinds of dynamics, because you hear it a lot, like, oh, they're a Holocaust survivor. We're like running out of time, like 20 more years, and we'll probably have 0 more, which is crazy to think about. Anyways, I was just saying that. Have you watched her South Park episode? I have not watched her South Park episode. Which one is it?
Died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired, the gentlelady goes back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office, under your management, worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I've seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that, and I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son, Alex, at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and will you protect their names, like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that is incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that is
the American people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you. I will always stand up for survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Booth's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative
Time of the
resources is simply
gentlelady has
unacceptable.
expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history. And I don't think some of my colleagues heard you clearly.
Thank you, Congressman. And would you mind if I address something that
Go right
Congresswoman McBath wouldn't let me address first?
Go right ahead.
The reason that she wants to continue to talk about Minnesota, which we will all day long, is she doesn't want to talk about her own jurisdiction in Atlanta, because she doesn't want to talk about Christopher Welcher, who traveled across state lines to try to meet, and nothing's funny about this, to meet and molest a 14, and their mess work has been done. In our country.
What's that done to the violent?
100% increase in violent crime arrests in 2025 compared to 2024.
What's that done to the violent crime rate in the country?
It's plummeting. 1,800 gangs.
Wait a second. Do you mean to honestly tell us, and you're under oath, that if we take violent criminals off the streets, we end up with less crime?
I certainly hope so, Congressman, and that's our goal, and that's
an extraordinary concept, and I'm afraid it may be lost on some of our Democratic colleagues. I look at these numbers, and they're absolutely staggering. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because of specific policies that you've implemented this year, and you mentioned a few of them. Would you continue?
Over 6,000 child victims located, 22% increase. Over 1,700 child predators arrested, 10% increase. Over 300 human traffickers arrested. Let me jump down to DEA right now. That was just FBI. Under Terry Cole's leadership, and I talk to these people almost daily, our directors, and the amazing work that they're doing in all of your jurisdictions on the left and the right, working together to take drugs off our streets.
Right. And I assume that our Democratic colleagues, some of whom represent some of our most crime-plagued cities and communities, thank you for this extraordinary accomplishment.
Thank you, Congressman. We've seized more than 9,800 kilos of fentanyl and 47 million fentanyl pills. That affects every single person in this room. It doesn't matter what political party you are. Everyone in this room knows someone who's died from fentanyl. A parent, a child, a sister, a brother, a friend, a neighbor, a relative. Everyone here knows someone who has been impacted by that. That is the common ground that I wish we could find to work together in this country to take these drugs off the streets. And someone nodded with vapes.
Well, in your opening statement, you said this historic success in protecting lives and property of Americans has occurred when local governments have cooperated with you.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what are the greatest impediments you're facing in bringing down crime across the country?
Well, when local governments, of course, do not cooperate with us, and that's where criminals flee, in jurisdictions where they know they will be protected by local governments. And this is all about working together, and we have shown that in what we did in D.C., what we're doing in Memphis, working together with Democrat mayors in these cities, right here in D.C.
And very quickly, could you tell us about the Safe Cities program and give us your read on what cities that avail themselves of this program can expect?
Yeah, so far, of course, we've been working in Washington, D.C., right here, to do everything we can, working hand in hand with the mayor, with the Metro PD, to keep everyone safe in D.C., and it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These are iconic cities in our country, and we want to help every city in this country who wants and asks for President Trump's help to make America safe again.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General's answer there. The unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled Alex Brady's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life. I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Brady's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim. One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a two-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy tie, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment in prison and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
Let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well,
I did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind witnesses of the rules. One rule she needs to
I'm
understand.
glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things. But I want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why. But, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, Hopefully we'll die in prison. You should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on the
questions.
subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen.
with you. But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about
murder
her all
by a
the time,
violent crime
but
offender
I am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid
obsessed
for.
with attacks.
So I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days." The answer is simple. It was not possible. From the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States, under your leadership, has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%. That is what public safety looks like. Under your leadership and that of President Trump, you've located more than 6,000 child victims of trafficking and exploitation, arrested 1,700 child predators, and apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney...
Wait.
Statistics. Those are precious lives. Apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved.
Not the ChatGPT style. Not the freaking chat language model writing tells. Oh my goodness.
Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House, along with bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee, to make sextortion a clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
Sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that. You know, as a career prosecutor, it's horrible seeing that, and seeing that young women and often young boys have been exploited with sextortion. And I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up, and that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls, adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening, and we're doing everything in our power, thanks to your legislation, all of you, to stop that.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the Department of Justice programs like Project Safe Childhood and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces, partnerships that bring together federal, state, and local law enforcement. Sometimes the work between those law enforcement groups together.
I heard MAGA is crashing out over the Bondi hearings. What are they doing? I think everybody just wants justice for these Epstein files, right? Nobody wants the pedophile cabal to be in charge of us. What is good, Mr. Squeaky, Miss Squeaky, Mix Squeak?
Really creates some incredibly powerful outcomes and some great success stories. I know you, as Florida's Attorney General.
Squeaky Possum. Sorry. My bad. I didn't realize that was your prefix.
Had a tremendous amount of leadership in our state, trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some of those departments within DOJ.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like what we've been doing in DC too, with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again, is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they appreciate, they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will continue all of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground, and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentleman, without objection, the gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice, and the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of
recording.
Oh my god, look at the redirection again. Oh my goodness. She's literally, it's so frustrating. Why do we have officials that actually don't care at all about process, about justice, about not R-wording kids?
My time. I'm asking you, not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Phelan is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I can
ties
conclude,
mean?
What is the Bondi shooting? What happened?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
Across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace. And that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Phelan.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Phelan?
Was the president
Was he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was a next-door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
This is
from a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be in
Chair.
order.
This is extremely pathetic. This is actually disgraceful to think that, like, these people represent us as a nation. This is what other countries are looking at and being like, oh, that's America.
I'm not asking trick questions here. The American people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein
Do you think she did that on purpose? That was low-key so sneaky, I'm not gonna lie.
was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's island in 2012. How is that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'll be up to the gentleman, but
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you, thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also.
Is there any follow-up with that? Weren't Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton supposed to come and testify in front of Congress, like, live? Like, I think their hearing is going to be kind of crazy. I might watch that one. If it is live, maybe I'll watch it live.
Oh, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
So you want to go there, Attorney General? Do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows it.
Can I get like 30 seconds back?
She she could not handle it. She had to leave. She needed to take a breather. I don't blame her. I bet interacting with Pam Bondi is so awful. Is it so quiet? Thank you for letting me know. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Nobody said anything. Are they? That would be crazy.
And I think the whole committee knows. I've been very careful making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the same.
General, I'm talking about sanctuary cities for a second, which limit the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law. They're kind of a new thing that Democrat jurisdictions are doing. They're in violation of federal law. During President Trump's first term, he rightly targeted sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law. Federal immigration law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996 most recently in a bipartisan Congress, signed by a Democrat president. But they are in violation of that law. These states and jurisdictions feel entitled to certain grants, of course. Y'all are combating that. Do sanctuary policies limit the federal government's ability to accurately estimate how many criminal illegals are in the country?
Yes.
Thank you. This means that the number of illegals could be higher, probably higher. Does this hurt the federal government's ability to carry out immigration laws designed by Congress?
Yes, Congressman.
In your opinion, do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat pro-sanctuary policies make our communities safer and for the American taxpayer? Do sanctuary policies make our communities safer?
No, Congressman.
I want to do a brief video to highlight sanctuary policies.
Oh, it's too fast. It's too fast. I gotta slow it down. Did he just trip? Is this real? Is this AI footage?
Sanctuary cities.
No, because I think that was body cam. That is such a propaganda film. What the heck? Oh my god.
So what's strange to me, if you look at this board behind me, in New York, there are 7,000 criminal legal aliens since January 20th of last year that have been released into the public because New York is not honoring detainers requested by ICE. California, similarly, has released 4,500 criminal legal aliens. There are 33,000 under detainer in California alone. And of the people released, I think it's remarkable that those released in New York, 29 homicides, 2,500 assaults, almost 200 burglaries. These are people that are released into our community by these states that refuse to cooperate. Last August, Michael Jordan Castellano Fonseca, a criminal illegal alien with ties to Tren de Agua, shot 2 people in front of 5 children in the sanctuary state of Colorado. DHS lodged a detainer on him. He's awaiting trial, but the question is whether Colorado's sanctuary policies will prevent him from being removed from the country. Yes or no? Do you think that sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with ICE, those illegals in custody could be transferred to ICE properly instead of being held in taxpayer-funded jails and then released into our community?
Yes, Congressman.
Wouldn't it be more efficient and safer then if Democrats simply cooperated with the federal government, these sanctuary jurisdictions cooperated with the federal government and honored ICE detainers? And why? Why do you think?
Of course, because so many criminals are running to sanctuary jurisdictions. Many of your colleagues across the aisle who we've seen speaking today about Epstein don't want to talk about the illegal criminals in their own jurisdiction for that reason. And yes, we need
what about the ones running our government? We don't want to talk about those. We just want to talk about the brown ones in your cities, not the white ones in your White House. Oh my goodness. Pam Bondi actually gets me so heated right now. I'm not even kidding.
do everything we can to work together to make America safer, and they're not doing that.
This is not a partisan issue. People want to feel safe in their communities. Nobody wants a criminal illegal alien released into the street. I think the thing that maybe the American people don't quite understand is
that when you do not honor a detainer, as we've seen, an illegal is released into the public, and now it's up to ICE to maybe apprehend them, rather than behind the courtroom passing them off from one law enforcement to the next. Is that true?
Absolutely.
What do you think what is the Department of Justice doing right now to combat sanctuary policies in our country?
We're doing everything in our power, obviously, to combat that. Donald Trump is doing everything he can because we are going to make America safe. We are going to get illegal criminal aliens out of this country. We're going to get the gangs out, TDA, MS-13, all of the gangs in this country. We're going to get the drug dealers out and the drugs, and that's what we've been fighting to do. And I wish we could do it on a bipartisan basis, but they just can't do it.
And the decrease in numbers speak for themselves. Thank you for your work.
Gentleman's time
Mr.
is...
Chairman, we have some UCs, if that's okay.
That is okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. UC on the National Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this in the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026, why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 20, 2026, NBC, Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025, Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand
Whoa, I
why
thought
you're
you were
hiding
hiding,
from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda.
Get her. Mr. Garcia, take her down.
And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption to
1798,
me?
which
Whoa.
should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Cash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state.
Disgusting.
And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats, I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right. That they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, After the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes.
Time belongs to the gentleman from
law.
Texas. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
A little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in a federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazamal and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. It happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
no,
America Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify
absolutely.
that
I'll
data?
get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation. That is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, the victim's information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been, that there were names in the files, that these Jane Doe's, that their names shouldn't have been made public, when there were some accusers whose names were redacted? That's question one. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So two questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim.
How would they know if it's redacted, but it shouldn't have been redacted? Because it's redacted. They don't know what's under it, right? Or do the Congress people get to see the unredacted version?
Went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
Time the gentleman has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I have several UCs as receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 dated September 25th, 25.
Objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025. Trump targets domestic terrorists, but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans, the No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ISIS secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school, Marjory Stoneman Douglas, in my hometown of Parkland, when we passed the bipartisan bill, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, and anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However,
Why does he have the Harry Potter books here? Does this guy just really like children's books?
the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk, then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the President. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stopped. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress. Every member of the House except one and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein.
I like how he's like, Trump is a bad guy. He's in the file so many times, but he also has the Trump Bible. Or maybe he was saying that as a point, like Trump is trying to supplant the existing religious like institutions or like cultures with his own. But I don't think he was. Because he was like, move over, King James. But maybe he was kidding. But maybe he's not supposed to kid in a Senate hearing. So I don't know.
In the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008 he went to Epstein's
That's why he had them. That's why he had
home.
them.
Says he had a massage table in the living room. That Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012 we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now that's disputed though by statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something.
That's such a shame. That's such a cop-out that when somebody asks, what is your dirt on me? She's like, well, I'm not even going to give you my dirt because you're just bad faith. But you're the bad faith one, Miss Pam Bondi. What the heck?
Something up that was said earlier and is frequently said, and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country. That has been based on a poorly done study by the Cato Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute itself has even updated that study. The reason that we know that study is not true is that those statistics are not out there. For whatever reason, when somebody is arrested, even for very serious crimes, we do not have on the paperwork whether that person is a legal or illegal immigrant. Okay? If I go to one of my local sheriffs in Wisconsin and ask them how many illegal immigrants in your jail, they will say, I have no idea. We don't keep track of that. When I tour the federal prison right outside of my district and I ask them, in this federal prison, how many of your inmates are illegal aliens, they will tell me, we have no idea. We don't keep track of that. So whenever you hear a Democrat or anybody, or a pundit, say that, oh, there's so few illegals committing crimes, it is based on nothing, because those statistics are not available anywhere. What I would offer in the next round of appropriation bills, if one of my Democrat colleagues wants to help me out, perhaps in appropriations we can get funds to add to all the paperwork whenever anybody is convicted of crime as to whether or not they are citizen or non-citizen. And then we will have the statistics. But otherwise, whenever you hear somebody say on MSNBC or wherever, oh, so few crimes are committed by illegal immigrants, they don't know what they're talking about because nobody has those numbers. Okay, there's the first thing. Now, the next thing I want to point out, we have had what I think is an unprecedented situation in Minnesota in which they are not assisting ICE in dealing with crimes that are going on up there. In other words, ICE is left to its own devices. When I talk to my local sheriffs, they tell me that whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs assistance. This could be something like ICE under DI. It could be drug enforcement. It could be ATF. It could be FBI. It could be Secret Service. It could be the U.S. Marshal. Nobody that I've been able to find, any sheriff in the state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which they did not make themselves available to federal law enforcement, either if they need somebody extra to do surveillance, to just park a marked car outside the area, to assist in apprehension of a criminal, if they need assistance with an additional SWAT team, if they need to transport somebody. Local law enforcement is always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies. Have you ever heard of anything like what's going on in Minnesota where the governor or the local mayor refuses to give assistance to federal law enforcement?
I have in Portland and some other cities where they weren't cooperating. But as I said, I spent about 4 days. I did spend 4 days in Minnesota, and I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay, now we'll switch to something else. First of all, I'd like to thank you for doing this today. You're obviously very bright, obviously very confident, and something I love. You tolerate fools gladly, so I appreciate that trait. You suffer fools gladly. In hearings like this, we often focus on new initiatives undertaken by the department. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to discuss actions implemented under the Biden administration's Department of Justice, such as the Foreign Influence Task Force that you have since terminated. And it's always rare to see anything in the government terminated. But could you elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer, Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act, and on February 10th, President Trump issued an executive order pausing that for a DOJ review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led, and the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
The gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will.
What? What does that even mean? Like, oh my gosh. I agree with this person. I don't know their name, but that's my face. Like, what do you mean? Oh my goodness.
Discuss that later.
She's breaking the law. She's keeping degenerates hidden from the public. I just think it's gross. I think it's gross. I want to hear what the Gang of 8 says to Bondi. Who's the Gang of 8?
I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted, and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So, will you unredact this?
You were lead counsel on that privilege.
Did you say sorry? Did you say sorry? No is thank you.
You said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting that you said thank you. You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of
That's literally what she's doing. Have you apologized? Have you apologized once? Have you apologized for trying to make good for the people of America on the laws that America has created? Like, we can talk about whether or not you think those laws are good, but oh my God, she's just like, she's broken. I don't know why. She's just broken.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
Let me stop a minute.
I'm talking. I'm
If they're not
talking.
privileged,
Broken Bondi. Broken Bondies.
yell at me. If they're not
Chairman, you
privileged,
stop the clock. This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
if they're
Gomes.
not
No, you
privileged,
used your
if we review
improper
them and they're not-
redactions
You'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review them
to
and they're not
protect-
privileged,
Time belongs to the
we'll be
member.
happy to release them.
We'll stop the clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead. Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. 1 is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now,
I wonder what caused the one to get redacted. Like, who's the name on that victim list that got redacted?
interview last week.
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week.
I bet it was. This is probably sick to say, but I bet it was somebody that turned around and like they were trafficked, and then they turned around and trafficked other people, like a victim turned doer, and then they're like, oh, gotta keep that one secret. That's probably like Ghislaine Maxwell's girlfriend or something.
Attorney General Todd Blanche said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, with the survivors and victims who are here, please stand up one more time. Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to, and I yield back. We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's a photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
That's because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens. Convicted of
Wow. Wow. Let me do a whataboutism. Wow, I'm being Bondi. Wow, I'm bonded out Bondi. Oh my gosh.
crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson. El Salvador. Miguel Palacios.
I'm butt-faced Bondi, and I'm just gonna burn Facebook Bondi. You're burn Facebook. Oh, and you're gonna get bonded because I'm Bondi, Pam Bondi. God bless President Trump. I hate you. I hate everything you do. But not my president. My president would never do that. Have we talked about the illegal immigrants yet? Have we talked about the illegal immigrants in this country? I can't believe Democrats want broken criminals to be walking the streets and murdering your kids. Is that what you want, Senator? Is that what you want, Senator? I'm Pam Bondi. I'm bonded out Bondi. I am bailed out Bondi.
Furman Flores Ramales, Mexico.
Back to the burn book.
Rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state, sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40% of the United States. Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer? for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension, and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions, that federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law
Yes.
that people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation. Isn't that correct?
It is, and it's sad for all Americans that any jurisdiction would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals I think we've all seen.
Yes. And despite their best efforts to obstruct you and the president in making us all safer, I just want to go through a quick list again of the accomplishments that you have been in part responsible for achieving. True or false? The country now has the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Yes.
True or false? 62 major cities are now reporting rapid decline in murder rates.
Yes.
True or false? Robberies are down nearly 20% over the last year.
Yes.
True or false? Violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false? Right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false? The DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved
That is
every
a
day
lot
for
of
all of us,
drugs.
for
Absolutely.
families, for children.
And then true or false? The Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court.
I believe so.
Or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false? This administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse
Is
that we
it
had.
supposed to be a lot higher? Like, I feel like 92% is low. I thought the whole thing with, like, oh, if the feds take you to court, they have, like, a 99% conviction rate or something.
Seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition, to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamala Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement, the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You know, President Trump has also,
Dick
he has
Guy.
referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and not only is he keeping this country safe, he is keeping this world
It's
safe.
a simple question,
Of
which you
course
didn't
I do.
answer.
He is
Okay,
the
thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa
Of course, I think he's honest. He is the commander-in-chief. So it's because he's the commander-in-chief that she thinks he's honest, not because she thinks he's being honest at all.
Portman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually, gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to
That he
President
didn't
Trump.
know Epstein.
Maybe $5
False.
in
That he sent-
California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I'm not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility. Because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement?
Brutal.
You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my question.
Yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back. Restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her district, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here, those of us that are left. But I applaud your strength, and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news-gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning, families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school, their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that, and nothing like that should happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify, accosting members of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity, correct?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. My home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times, and particularly in the city of Charlotte. We've made pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city, and yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you, too. And we're all right here in D.C. We're all living right here in D.C., and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make D.C. safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is D.C. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%.
They got the Kia boys. They got the Kia boys. Oh no.
D.C. is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in D.C., what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Conleger-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballin, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness, who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also
That is my state's House member right there. Go, Ms. Crockett.
have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughingstock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Ford. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of the DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact,
oh, burn.
We know after Georgia Ford and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe the facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money.
Sorry, I was grabbing my cat.
From Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted, so what are we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, and you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, do you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph, from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan, from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's
What
sad.
an actual
I ran for
joke.
Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy in southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't have happened. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. Thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural county up north on the Nebraska border, and we sent him to prison for, I believe, the rest of his life. Thinking about a guy who wasn't supposed to be here at all, who murdered, I think it was his wife or his domestic partner, in an act of domestic violence in northwest Kansas. Thinking about another guy who was here and joined up with some folks who were citizens and committed a crime spree and then thought he might get caught, so he killed one of his accomplices. And we sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And that's just the ones I'm thinking about sitting right here. And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list, you're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that in my state of Kansas. And you know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals, and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law, and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I'm going to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that as a matter of public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple of weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
At least.
At least. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI fail to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates, while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow-walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion. Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. And I think that we see the result of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900.
20% drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they just...
Robberies, all violent crime, all violent crime. Violent crime has decreased as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely, and Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those. I'm sure you've been seeing on the most wanted list. He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list, and that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that day, said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General, who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up a weaponization working group. I think you did that all on day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that went down. So our last question of the day, but not the least, the gentleman, well, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, well, let's go that way since you're here. You ready to go? Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you performed well today and answered questions well today, and that's credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein. And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations from Mr. Epstein, only when that came light on the floor with a potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that the Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come, to see the board behind me, violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess my first question would be, when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, I'd be remiss, we talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Sakata and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, I look back at this last year, and we've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday, in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress and the administration for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more than's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the number one recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism, we have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans, and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
Well, you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care, that far too many of my Democrat colleagues enthusiastically support and unapologetically support. Shortly after returning to office, President Trump signed an executive order directing HHS.
Talk about keeping our priorities in focus. The last question, we need to make sure we talk about the transgenders and the transgender kids. Of course, that's very important. Of critical importance to America.
To review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good. HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate. This executive order also directed you as Attorney General to, quote, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact a private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations. Last September, you transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor to introduce that bill as the Chloe Cole Act. We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting just a few years ago on her 19th birthday. During a hearing chaired by now Speaker Mike Johnson, I'd like to play a clip of her testimony that day to remind us of our story.
On puberty blockers and the testosterone. The resulting menopausal like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. This caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown.
I don't know why I thought Chloe Cole was a D-trans man. I for some like a transition to be a trans female and then detransitioned. I don't know why I didn't realize that she was like a trans man detransitioned to a like D-trans woman.
I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times.
I'll be honest, I definitely agree with like most of the concerns, especially when it comes to like giving someone testosterone. Like testosterone's serious, right? And like surgeries on minors, that's serious. But I feel like leaving these kinds of things up to like the medical professionals rather than bringing it up when we're trying to talk about the Epstein files at the oversight hearing is probably just a better context. Like
I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction, and I have massive scars across my chest and skin grafts that they use.
Squeaky said testosterone is poison. Listen, That's what my homies are saying. I can neither confirm nor deny. There's plenty of men that I admire, but most of my homies hate testosterone.
That they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today, and they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
I don't know really. I'm too old to have an opinion on this matter, but I do know a person who is FTM. They were my 420 dealer for a while. You know them transgenders, always dealing that 420.
Chloe testified that day.
Just kidding. That was a joke.
That what
Just for anybody watching this. Don't clip me out of context.
she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children would not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point in for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons.
Should I detrans and sue my doctors? Is that something I should do? Chat, should I get a $2 million payout and for betraying my co-peers? Oh my gosh. True, that's Rodder talk, cat. Get a juicy pump. Neo, you do not want me on testosterone, and we all know that.
And announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors, and the AMA followed suit. This proves.
I bet transgender women is the one demographic that somebody like Street Maxer, who's just another creator, would not encourage testosterone for. But pretty much everybody else, I can see him being like, yeah, you should get on trend.
That if the bill your DOJ drafted were
Just side note, do not get on trend. Do not get on trend.
passed into law, these barbaric practices would end immediately because all victims would be able to hold those who harm them accountable. Could you share with us a little bit about your work in advocating for victims like Chloe and what right of action would mean for victims like her and their families?
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman to come before this body.
Yes,
and
at age 19.
At age 19, and talk about what happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you, and we are proud to work hand in hand with you on this issue. And I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support this to protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I've just saved some UC requests for the end, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration. Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies. I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation in documents March 1, 2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein July 10, 2019. And finally, 68 House members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta July 10, 2019.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions and the great job you're doing for our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Wow. We did it, y'all. We made it through all 4.5 hours. I'm proud of all of us. Thank you for being here. Somebody said, I'm surprised that the doctors say that they can't be sued for the procedures. I feel like most surgery is like that, right? Like you have to sign all the documents saying like, I'm not going to sue you if something goes wrong. I understand that this is a risky procedure. I understand that like you're going to do your best. And if it doesn't work, like just sucks to suck. It's not my fault, not your fault. It doesn't matter whose fault it is, but yeah, I'm not getting anything out of you. But that's not even just like trans stuff. That's like all the stuff. So I don't know. What's going on the Twitter webs? I'm a little nervous. Oh my god, that's awesome. Good job, Wade. You had to sign stuff before your emergency surgery? Yeah, and that's why they pay for malpractice insurance. Yeah. Let's see. I thought that was clavicular for a second, but it was not clavicular. This is clavicular. That does kind of look like Peter Thiel. Oh my god. Looksmaxer gets frame mocked. Oh my god. is kind of a frame mog. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this looks like Peter Thiel, his clone, maybe Peter Thiel's clone, and he like went back in time, or he like transferred his consciousness to his body, because he even has that same stare. He has like the same like the Peter Thiel stare. When somebody says something too pro freedom, anti Palantir, so you gotta hit him with the Peter Thiel stare. It's just what you gotta do.
Absolutely no one asked for.
I don't know what that is. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Wow. They've actually done scientific studies on how sending someone good energy will ease that person's biochemistry to some extent, even if they don't know of the energy being sent. It isn't just woo-woo stuff. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying on my timeline.
My mom
Oh
used to
my
take
God.
these away when I was growing up because I was always bone smashing with a hammer. You know?
No, you guys want to hear something crazy? When I was in middle school, I had this friend, and I don't know, I guess I can say his name because it doesn't matter, but his name was Andrew. And Andrew told me about how, like, he wanted to strengthen his head by slamming it into the cinder blocks in our gymnasium. I remember we were like sitting next to the wall. It's like cinder block wall, and like we're sitting on the bleachers, and he's like, watch this, and he's like slamming his head into it, and he's like, I just make it stronger over time. And this was a long time ago. This was long before the looks maxing bone mashing phenomenon was a thing. So like, why do people do this? Why? Have you ever bone mashed?
She had to hide them.
Bone mashing is just like building muscle with the hard parts of your body. Hey, you can't kill the experimental nature of humans. I know, but like, why are we trying to strengthen our skulls? What's going on? No, I have not, because I'm too old. You've never bone smashed? You've never bone mashed yourself? You're telling me they didn't do that back in the day? That wasn't like a thing that all the homies did?
Directly. More on that. But I can tell you for a fact, we're going to hear a lot more about Jeffrey Epstein in the coming year. And you may be even hearing from him directly. More on that as I'm allowed to tell you.
What?
For a fact.
What do we think, chat? Is Epstein still alive? What is this? They said it's... Oh my god, it won't let me zoom in. What the heck? I have a debrief scheduled for Thursday at 1 p.m. too, FYI. Epstein does live in Colorado. Is this the same Epstein, though? Or is it a different Epstein? I hope it's a different Epstein. Epstein's Fortnite account was active in Israel until it went private after the latest file drop. A boy just needs to get his freaking rewards. His battle pass doesn't wait for death, right? Like, he's just trying to run it with the boys. Hey, yo, what? Oh my gosh.
We need advertisements. Let's meet tomorrow at noon.
Oh my gosh, have you guys seen these videos? They're so funny. Like,
The only thing that's a joke is your fucking business right now. You need help. You need advertisements. Let's meet tomorrow at noon.
I see this one guy, and he'll just, like, talk crap to the business owners on the phone, and then they're, like, into it.
You volunteered.
Trump and Netanyahu met for 4 hours at the White House tonight. Netanyahu left with no press conference and is now on a direct flight back to Israel.
It was the notion.
We all
I don't know what that is, but
cast a spell on the world. And,
For real?
Oh, absolutely. It's just like how vampires can't go into a house unless they're invited. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming. And once you say it out loud and you put it out there and make fun of it and do a little skit, like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where, oh, here's a baby. I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch. And he goes into like a cloudy red, furnace and hands the baby over. And he's, oh, the baby's going to be fine. And they make a joke about it and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it. We've all seen it. And by laughing at it, we were complicit.
You think that's on purpose, that this is like some sort of a grand design to get us to be desensitized to the idea of demons eating babies?
Yeah, for sure.
Really?
For sure. And
who do you
by the
think-
way,
but
nobody's doing anything about it. We know what's
Okay,
happening.
But that has to take, there has to be a person.
I think that's really the craziest part of this whole thing to me. Like, oh my gosh, come on. Twitter light mode's not that bad. It's dark mode on my phone. I think everybody kind of expected pedophile rings, sex rings, like this kind of thing in the powerful circles of society. And I know that's disgusting to say, but like, I don't know. I feel like you just kind of expect it. But then like, they're eating people, they're killing them, they're making them into jerky. Like, I don't know. It's one thing to be like, oh, there's sex trafficking and like there's prostitutes and there's money laundering and like there's collusion, there's insider trading, all these things. But like you're eating babies, like you're not even, I don't know. I don't want to say you're not human, but like it feels like that. Did I hear about Epstein's New Mexico ranch? Zorro Ranch? I have heard about that. Zorro Ranch low-key crazy. All these things are just making me think about the fact that Elon Musk has like 30 kids. I know it's not quite the same, but like these like breeding ranches, I hate to call it that, but like, I don't know. They're just like running through people to pass on their genetics. It's disgusting. And they just like buy them off, right? Like, I don't know. This stuff is disgusting, y'all.
Or some group of people.
Yeah, like about 8,500 people. Yeah.
That are manipulating the Colbert Show?
They're manipulating
Neo Prototype. It has always been like that. Pederasty and such things have always been a part of different civilizations since time immemorial. Yeah, but like, are you telling me people have eaten babies all the time? It's always been like this. It's always been this bad. I don't know. Did I see the diary of the girl who was used as a baby farm? I think I did. Of girl who was used as baby farm. I'm not sure I like looked at it though. I do not want to open up Facebook. Facebook is crazy. Let's see. Yeah, I did look through this. This was crazy. Really, you think they've always been eating babies? That's so like, I don't know. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, did you guys see this? An Israeli spyware firm co-founded by Jeffrey Epstein's longtime close friend Ehud Barak just made a catastrophic blunder, but basically, it's like, it's the government hacked my phone app from their side. Like, this is the government, and this is the phone that's just being hacked. And it's like, this is crazy. They can see all of your messages. They can, like, use your apps. I don't know. I again, it's one of those things where it's like, we all know these things are happening, even especially with like Edward Snowden, right? Like, we all know these things are happening, but like, to actually just see it in your face is crazy. Thank you, Sasha. Wait, could you guys hear me sneeze? Oh, I thought I muted. I'm so sorry. Rich people engage in transgression together to mutually blackmail each other into cooperation. I would believe that, right? Like the saying thick as thieves, that's like a thing, right? Oh, I see. The Dionysa Maenads tore people to pieces and ate them. Wow, that is definitely something. I'm not gonna repeat Neoprototype, but that's crazy. That is like a thing. Wait, so this is edited? But I mean, this is the same. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just a little blurrier. I do dislike that people will like AI upscale stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it just like reduces the credibility. Sorry about that. Sorry about that,
Have you tried
chat.
being more white, like clavicular, and less Mexican?
Why would I try to do that? Mexicans are awesome. Have you ever noticed that Mexicans are winning? I don't know. Something to think about. Have you ever noticed that Mexicans are actually winning? They're breeding. Mexicans kill people, white people cry online. I'm just saying. While we're at it. You know, people are always trashing the Mexicans. Hey man, Mexicans will like cut your head off. Mexicans are savage, bro. Aztecs? We're fucking Aztecs, bro. They're cutting people's heads off. They're scalping people. Cartels are putting heads.
Yeah, how does anybody just want to listen to Nick Fuentes? Like, who goes and watches like a 10-hour Nick Fuentes stream? Where does he broadcast? If you're talking about Nick, I think it's like Rumble or something, or Cozy TV. I think he like owns that.
In Boulder, Colorado, with my twin brother, Shia LaBeouf, to our father, Stephen Bruce Epstein.
No way. No way. Shia LaBeouf? No. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. Not even gonna watch it. Not even gonna give her the attention.
Favor, 0 en contra y una abstención.
And the American military is in Mexico. Facebook is crazy. Browses Twitter. Okay. Yeah. There was an article about Zuck calling WhatsApp users idiots. I would believe it, TBH. Listen, no comment. That's my party. That's my party right there. Just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but this is not technically like party sponsor. This is just somebody on Twitter, but they're talking about my party. Who is that? This is a Mexican congressperson. I'm not sure which one. It's in Spanish. But she's like the presiding person, I'm guessing. Okay, maybe that's my fault. I'm just listening to the text here. If the text is lying, then... Oh, not her. This? This one. This is Kim Jong-un, I think. Or maybe Kim Jong-il's son. I don't know. It's just like a hard edit of like communists. The allegiances to the immoral science, the immortal science of dialectical materialism, not immoral, the immortal. Oh my gosh. No, this is the like Juche communism symbol. It's the calligraphy. It's like the regular stuff, the hammer and the sickle, but also the calligraphy. Oh my gosh, I can't even say the word. Calligraphy pen. It's a calligraphy pen. Not new. It's been their thing for a long time. This stuff is crazy. Like 09A and 764. I have a story for you guys, but I think I need to keep it a secret. But it's just something to do with like somebody that I have communicated with in the past that apparently is associated with these people, and I'm glad that I like. Anyways, it was a big thing, but I ended up like cutting contact with them over this, and I'm glad I did because this is an incredibly crazy organization that is like dedicated to just destruction and like death and like terror, like for the lulz. And it's like, wow, that is not good. Chat, is this me? There's a certain kind of trans girl who can't handle being bullied about being trans, and their response to that insecurity is to loudly identify and act male. Well, that's the wrong too, but to avoid being bullied by chuds, and it's like the trans version of pretending to be aggressively gay to troll a bully. That's probably Finster. I feel like that's Finster. That was crazy. I'm unliking that. I can't do it. I can't do it. If you're really starving, couldn't you just fry your own stuff and eat it for protein? Like an egg? Like an egg white is insane.
The United Nations Agency. A little insight to the charity that you're supporting tonight. I chose the United Nations Agency.
A joke.
You're kissing the softer, sensitive part. Oh my god. What is up with all this on my timeline recently? People are really just into the grossness. Teenagers are so fun to talk to because it's like you're talking to a person, but not really. Y'all, is there anything else worth reacting to? Tell me what's good. Tell me what's going on in the world right now. Get me up to speed. Because otherwise, I think I might either go back to playing some games, some Beyond All Reason, or I might just call it a night for tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow. But I don't want to just doom scroll Twitter, because I feel like that's not good for me, and it's not good for you. Shout out Lennon. That's my boy right there. True. Based Hassan. Based Hassan Piker. Did you see that when he was like... Yeah. I can't find it, but he was like, I'm gonna vote third party. Because it's a uniparty. The Democrats and the Republicans, just straight unit party. Oh, thank you, Squeaky. Let's listen to this Floyd riff. Wow.
These people making this effort to fool us into believing that this wall, these movies are real. And the answer is
Didn't this guy get exposed as like being like a Fed or something? This is crazy. Years ago, my fraternity brother asked me to hang out before we went our separate ways and told me he was finally on prep after having asked me how to get on it weeks prior. I didn't read the between the lines and basically said that's great, and I'm still cringing about it. That's wild. Professor Zhang, do you like Professor Zhang? I thought he was fake. I thought he was not a real guy. Or like he's like, you know, he's a real guy, but like
Why are these people making this effort to fool us into believing that this wall, these movies are real? But slavery means that I take a gun and I say, if you don't do what I say, we have the internet.
his YouTube content slaps. I feel like I've watched a couple of his things when he's talking about like geopolitics, but that was it. Oh my gosh, wait, the kids are anime? Oh, not PSYOP anime. What do you guys think about this? I feel like it got seeded everywhere and it's fake. He predicted the bombings in Iran and Venezuela about a month in advance each. He knows his stuff.
アメリカ国民に説明できるかなぜお前は子供を人身売買し犯したスグマン庁舎を守っているのかなぜお前を人身売の儀式を犯した億万庁舎を守っているのか
True.
了解事実を淡々と述べると
Oh my god.
ダウ平均は今5万ドルを超えています
When she said that.
S&P は7000部前ナスディックも過去最高を更新していますそれこそ話題にすべきことですそれがエプスタインのファイドと何の関係があるんですか本気ですか
Wow.
That's gonna break his heart. I know.
No, that's that too.
Governor of Rumble. This is James Fishback.
This guy is crazy. I feel like this guy is such an anti-Semite. I see his stuff come up on my Twitter sometimes.
National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. She said where? They want
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, the freaking the jerk, or sorry, not jerk, John Kiriakou videos are crazy.
At the National, are hitmen real? Yes. At the National Security Council, there is a committee that meets every Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock to draw up something called the kill list.
They sit around a table and they make a list of all the people that they want to kill that week.
And then they take it back to the CIA, which has a dedicated unit. I won't tell you the name, but it has a dedicated unit that takes receipt of the list. They say, okay, number one. They drive to the airport, they get on the plane, they go out to that country, they kill the person,
They come back and then they go to number 2 on the list. That happens every single week.
Now, we can have a conversation about whether that...
Boom, every single week. Are you going to be on the list this week? Are you doing enough to be on the list this week? Just kidding. Actually, we don't want to be on this list. These are lists that we actually really don't want to be on every single week. But that's a question to be asking yourself. Are you even... Is there even a 2% chance you're on that list? Are you doing enough against the billionaires to get put on that list? Because I don't think that list came from the government. That list comes from above the government.
Assuming, like, so I'm pretty tech savvy. I played around with the system. They are tracking every file that we open. And when we open it, they're tracking everything. And you can see the way that they're tracking you when you're logged in if you know where to look, like I do.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How do you find that?
I don't want to say because then I want them to hide it.
Right.
But I can see how they're tracking us.
Wow.
So they give each of us a login with their name attached to it, and every single file that we open, regardless of if we even read it, every single file that we open, that file is tagged with our name. So they get the search history and the files that we opened. Everything.
How easy is it to even navigate the things?
What's the
It's
physical
a,
space
it's like a Microsoft product. It looks like it looks like Microsoft from '95.
Like a computer lab.
Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to navigate. So
This is crazy that they're I mean, I don't know. It makes sense that they want to keep data on that stuff, but I hope there is no repercussions that come to our elected officials for tracking or like for looking at these files, because that's an overreach. That's an overreach. In other news though, did you guys hear that Russia is like cracking down on their Communist Party? I feel like I heard recently that there's like moves against I think I just saw arrests. Yeah, there's communists being arrested in a certain part of Russia, and it's not good stuff. I mean, ChatGPT wrote this, but other than that,
only motherfucker that actually hates Republicans, okay? I'm gonna say it. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't fucking hate Republicans as much as I do, okay? They love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then. But, like, dude, you don't fucking hate Republicans. You want them in your party. You desperately advocate for them to come to your party. You literally have them at your convention. You have them at your fucking convention. You have them come and speak at your convention. You literally have their loyal soldiers come speak at your convention.
it's a uniparty. It's a uniparty. Down with the uniparty.
The border guards, the fucking cops. Like, you love them. You want to fuck the Republicans. You want to hug the Republicans. You want to kiss the Republicans. You want to be Republican. You want to be Republican. You're just a fucking Republican. I hate Republicans. You don't. You want to fuck them and you want to suck them. Okay? So stop with this bullshit.
True. True. It's over. It's over. The chairman will put it down.
Donald Trump attended various parties.
Wow. Representative Ted Lieu just case mobbed subhuman AG Pam Bondi as she was mid-deflect maxing. Lieu spiked Bondi's cortisol so hard she paused for 10 seconds and then she started nervously gesture-gooning.
With Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous.
This is so ridiculous. Come on, bond it out, Bondi. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Let's see. Is anybody good on Twitch? Is anybody good live right now? Sheesh. I don't think so. Let's see. Should I play more? Some of my friends are playing more. We could do that. Oh, the DOJ plans to analyze states' voter files and then tell states which voters to remove. That's not good. That's very bad. Mid-size? You know someone good. Who is it? Who should we watch? Because I would just watch like I would watch a streamer. That'd be fine. That'll be fine. We could do that. Trippy Reds. Sad girl. These people. You were streaming the entire time? What were you streaming about? Arcticus? I'm just exploring it. I'm just seeing what's going on.
Three Blastoise taped together, like just stuffed in like a PVC pipe.
Yeah, all their tubes are tied.
Cooked.
All their
Cooked.
tubes are tied.
Absolutely cooked. Let me think. I think I am gonna hop off of here for now. Although, I don't know. I feel like if I'm gonna get back on and play bar, I might as well. Is that... That's not who I think it is. That is who I think it is. What the heck? No, I didn't want to pin it. It's Blueface.
Don't stop diseases. You don't get head with no condom. You can't get no fucking disease from getting head other than fucking HIV.
What? Hey guys, give him a break.
What the fuck?
Okay. You
What
gotta
you mean
chill.
what?
You gotta chill.
What you saying what to?
Okay. You gotta chill. Why can I hear myself? Is it here somewhere? Am I looping somewhere? Is this real? Is this in real time? Or is this from yesterday? I know there's a big event yesterday. Anyways, y'all. You've been playing a boring game called Terraria? Oh my gosh, I've been thinking about learning how to play Terraria. Some of my friends play it, my like bar friends. And I don't have it. I haven't played it with them because I just don't have the game. But I've been thinking about getting it. I just haven't gotten it, so... Oh, I didn't mean to do... I wanted to go stream manager. Okay, guys, I'm gonna rage you out somewhere. I'm gonna rage you out to one of my bar friends. So, that's what we got. And then I will be live tomorrow. Definitely turn on that notification if you want, but you don't have to, of course. But I will be live tomorrow, hanging out, doing whatever. So I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Good night. I love you. I hope you have a great day. Or a great rest of your day. Or a great rest of your night. Or a great tomorrow. Or great to yesterday. Alright, and they're gone. Now it's just us. I'll see you later too, YouTube.